And gals, and welcome. Welcome. So it looks like we finally got some information on the public test realm, or the patches, or the nerfs, or buffs that are going to be coming to Diablo 2. I mean, I think everybody, at some point or another, when playing the Warlock, realized that some things were bugged, some things needed to be fixed, some things were a little bit too strong, and some things were a little bit too not strong. They were little weaky babies with skills. And definitely there needed to be some adjustments. Well, it looks like we've got some adjustments. So we have a public test realm that's going to be coming on April 14th. I'm going to go ahead and hit the intro button, and let's get started. Hey, what's up, Leon?
Hello.
I didn't expect us to get a public test realm so soon. That's pretty cool. Not gonna lie. So it looks like it's going to be April 14th, which is only like 4 days from now. That's nutty. So first off, we've got the timing. It looks like it's going to be 14th to the 21st. What is that? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So like 7, 8 days, something like that. It's not bad. To help facilitate PTR testing and feedback, the following character templates have been created. A miasma test character, a flame test character, a bind demon test character, and a echoing test character level 80. That's interesting. All the other characters are low level, but the echoing character is level 80. Each character template has talents to choose from for testing related to specific changes. All waypoints unlocked, shared stash with items granted. The Warlock updated the health potion effectiveness from 100 to 150. Dude, did I not say during the solo self-found run that the Warlock seemed like his HP potion effectiveness, that it was not working? That I literally felt like the HP potions were doing nothing. Did I not say that like multiple times? Like I feel like I'm crazy, but the potions on the Warlock seem to be doing nothing, and I couldn't figure out why. There you go. Looks like the freaking potion effectiveness on the Warlock was literally set the baby numbers. Warlock can now only equip a two-handed weapon in one hand if the other hand is using a grimoire class item, not a shield. That's not even a nerf. Like, about the only thing that restricts is maybe Phoenix. Everything else in the game, for the most part, is like, if you were a magic character, the magic grimoire was pretty much best in slot. If you were a fire character, the fire set book was pretty much best in slot. If you were a melee character, I'm pretty sure that one book, can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, was like the best in slot. I don't even know why you would even use anything other than the grimoire anyway. With the exception of Phoenix as like the only other option that you would use, there's really not a lot of other good options that are shields and not books. I don't really think that does anything at all. All that really does, actually, is restricts the people who were stupid and weren't using grimoires. Because the grimoires were best in slot in like 90% of the cases with the Warlock. Demonic Mastery. Max Demon count now requires base skill points investment to increase its value, not just plus the skills. It's a good change. Because the Blind Demon and the Consume are very powerful, and getting at least 2 demons does require 10 hard points. So it balances out their effectiveness by forcing you to actually put 10 hard points into the skill. That's good. I like it. And if you want 3 demons, what is it, 15? Or is it 20? It's 20. So if you want 3 demons, you've got to invest 20 points in a skill. I mean, that's a solid change all around. That's not bad. Summon Goatman attack speed bonus granted by the skill are capped at 50%. I can't even remember what that went up to. I don't think that's going to like matter all that much. A little bit of a nerf to the summon builds. Blood Oath damage transfer is capped at 50%. Wasn't it always supposed to be capped at 50%?
I heard numerous things. Like I heard it was only capped at hard points, which would have been 43. So if that's a buff, if that was true, then that's a buff. If it went above the hard points, then it's a nerf.
My guess is it was going above the hard points because Cooley did that thing where he was running Blood Oath and he was like invincible in the Ubers. There's no way he was invincible at the Ubers at 43% transfer. 43% is not high enough to be invincible in the Ubers. He would have had to have had a lot more than 43%. Now, granted, he did that really early on, so maybe really early on it was uncapped, and then they did like a hot fix, and then they capped it at 43, and then now they're raising it to 50 because maybe they thought capping it at 43 was too low. So maybe this is just a buff from 43 to 50, where they hot capped it at 43 from the first patch. Because there's no way Cooley was completely invincible in the freaking Ubers with only 43% damage like transfer. That's just not possible. But I mean, regardless, that's a 7% increase from the current amount. Range updated for Blood Boil to have 3 distinct ranges based off of level thresholds. 1 to 4 is 2 yards. That is disgusting. But if you were actually building Blood Boil, you would never leave it at 1 to 4 yards, and 1 to 4 anyway. 5 to 9, 3 yards, and level 10 plus 4 yards. So 4 yards is basically a fireball. So if you guys have done a fireball sorceress before, that's basically just a fireball. So you hit a target with a fireball, it explodes. That's a 4-yard radius. That gives you a really good understanding of how big that is. That's not going to hit very much at all on the screen. Like, it's only going to hit the monsters like within direct proximity to the monster that's exploding. I thought, didn't it go up a lot higher than that before?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I thought, wasn't it like 20 yards?
I see. That's the thing. Like, a lot of the skills are broken, and you can't really like depend on what they're actually saying, which is weird. Consume updated the bonus to provide different values based on the game difficulty of the consumed demon when it was bound. If you bind a demon on hell difficulty and consume it normally, it will provide the hell difficulty bonus. It doesn't say specifically what the bonuses are, but it is basically saying that you will get different bonuses based on difficulty, which does mean that consume becomes less effective in normal and nightmare. And then once you get to hell, it becomes extremely effective at that point. I'm kind of curious about this though, because what about demons that you summon yourself? Like if this is talking about bind demons, which makes sense, right? So you like go and you run outside and you grab a bind demon and then you consume that bind demon. That makes sense that the bind demon would be based off of, or the consume would be based off the difficulty the bind demon comes from. But what about the ones that you actually just like cast yourself? Are we gonna get lower buffs for those? So bind demon. Bind demon requires base skill point investment to bind demons. 10 champion, 15 unique, and 20 for super unique. So that means you're no longer going to be able to bind Hephaestus without putting 20 hard points in, or it doesn't say hard points, but oh no, it does say base skill point investment. So that means that you're going to have 20 hard points to get access to Hephaestus. All that's really going to do is it's going to make it, well, it's going to make freaking skills like Hexbane much more powerful. Because when you think about it, like Mirrored Blades is only 20-point investment, whereas Echoing Strike is 60-point or 80-point investment, right? So like if you want to drop 20 points into your Bind Demon, you're going to want to go with the abilities that give you extra points and allow you to be able to actually use those. Synergy for the chance to bind a demon or death mark reduced from 1% to 0.5. I don't even know why that matters. I've never had an issue binding a demon ever. Reduce the benefit missing health grants. Okay, that might cause a problem. It now increases the chance to bind the demon and varies by type. Okay, so if it becomes more difficult to bind the demon and more attempts instead of just simply pressing one button and it's instantly yours. I always thought that's how it was supposed to be, by the way. Like it was a struggle and you were supposed to like cast the ability and try and like overpower him or something. It kind of seems like they misstepped on that and it's just instantaneous. It's like, oh, he's yours. Like, oh, I thought that was going to be harder than it was. Introduced a maximum health cap, which varies by each demon. That was needed because some of the monsters in the game have absolutely atrociously large health caps, like Lister the Tormentor, which kind of makes sense from his perspective because, like, I don't even know how much HP he has, but I think it's a lot. Cursed Affix, chance to cast Amplify Damage, skill reduced to 5% from 75%. So, yeah, this is actually a piece of information that I don't think we ever actually had. So this is really interesting. So it turns out that the monsters, when they're cursed, they have a 75% chance to cast amplify damage on you. That explains why when a monster has the cursed affix, it is always up all of the time, every second. However, I don't really think that this nerf is going to do as much as they think. 5% is not a lot. Sure. Okay. Whatever. Who cares? If you have Holy Freeze, Holy Fire, if it's a range monster that hits the whole screen, Lightning Enchantment, there's quite a few different options of things that will basically hit everything on the screen. Like, for instance, let's say you're in the cow level, right? And you have Holy Freeze or Holy Fire on the minion. It's going to hit every single cow with a 5% chance to cast amp for every single cow that it hits, which means that you're going to have like 100 cows on the screen. Every single cow is going to get hit, and you have a 5% chance that one of those cows is going to proc amplify damage, and it's still going to happen all the time. It's going to be a little less likely on a single monster when you're fighting just that one monster. But when you're in a pack and you have a monster that is lightning enchanted, or you have a monster that has Holy Freeze, or you have a monster that has Holy Fire, or you have a monster that has like multi-shot, there's going to be a very, very good chance that you're still going to get amp all the time, even with a 5% chance. It'll only really reduce like the instances of single target monsters like bosses, things that are by themselves, and even then you'll probably still see it proc enough. But I mean, you can always combine this with other sources, so you can add on like Atma's Scarab, or you can add on like a mercenary that has some sort of proc as well. This is definitely an in addendum to other things that you could do, and you could still maintain 100% uptime. I think it's a good nerf though. Like, I think that the Warlock having like instant and like 100% access to cursed or amplify damage was kind of stupid in the first place, and it never should have been that way. Mana cost reduced to 9 per second. I mean, that makes sense if you're going to reduce the chance to bind. Removed Conviction Aura. Removed Holy Fire. Okay, there we go. There's a little bit of the problem. Removed Holy Lightning Aura, Blessed Aim Aura, and Might Aura from the possible pool. That's a heavy nerf. But they left Holy Freeze, which still allows you to get very good cursed. I think that's going to be like the go-to from this point. You just run a Holy Freeze with the Cursed Affix, and you get basically full screen curse amplify damage still. When these roll, they are now replaced with Fanaticism, Vigor. Ooh, Vigor? Wow. Thorns, Concentration. Holy Freeze can still roll on a Bound Demon. So they took away... and let's just be honest here. Holy Fire Aura is completely useless unless you are trying to curse monsters, and even then Holy Freeze is the better version. So you would never use Holy Fire anyway. Holy Lightning Aura, which I don't know why they call it that, it's Holy Shock. Holy Shock, also completely useless when you have access to Holy Freeze. I don't know why you would use either of these ever, unless you were doing like a themed build. Maybe if you were doing a themed build, I could maybe see it. But like in general, these are just trash anyway. Blessed Aim Aura is mildly okay, but you can get that on a mercenary. You can also get Might on a mercenary, so I mean, you could potentially use a Might Merc or a Blessed Aim Merc. I don't really see a lot of people using the Blessed Aim one unless they're really suffering for attack rating. So like these three right here, just not really that important. Might, mildly important, I guess, but why would you use Might when you can use Fanaticism? Fanaticism is just a better aura when it comes to the two, so you would use Fanaticism, not Might. So 1, 2, 3, 4 of the auras that are being removed are relatively useless, like no big loss. In fact, it's actually kind of a buff in a way, because they're giving you access to Vigor, which is amazing, by the way. Thorns, which is really cool. Because then you can have a mercenary that has a different aura, and you can have the Thorns aura at the same time. And I'm pretty sure that Thorns also will proc Curse, which means that you could roll a Cursed Blind Demon with Thorns, and that would be like absolutely insane. And then Concentration is really interesting, because technically you could have a Might Merc with like... you could have Might Merc, you'd have Concentration on your Blind Demon, and you could have like a Beast in your hands for Fanaticism or something, and you could have all three auras relatively easily. I mean, that's actually kind of a neat thing. Concentration was not possible before. So, like, yes, they took away Conviction Aura. Okay. Not really as big of a loss as you guys might imagine. Most of the builds on the Warlock don't actually use Conviction. You don't really use Conviction for magic damage, so Hexbane and Hex Purge are out. You don't really use Conviction Aura for the Echoing Strike, Mirrored Blades, or Cleave, because none of those are all physical damage abilities. And even if you're using with a Hexbane, that's magic damage. Miasma doesn't use Conviction. Conviction is mildly useful for the Tainted, and I say mildly because honestly, it's not really the most amazing thing. You're probably better off with a higher level Conviction or more negative, like fire resistance in various other forms. It's useful, but it's not crazy useful. I did a Tainted build. I actually played it all the way through. I had Conviction. It was nice. It does lower defense, you're right, but you also get massive amounts of lower defense from other things. So you get massive amounts of lower defense from Hexbane, which gives negative 50%. And then you get massive amounts of attack rating from Hexbane as well. And you get tons of attack rating from the Levitation Mastery, unless they fixed Echoing Strike. Echoing Strike doesn't even use attack rating. I haven't gotten to that part yet. Hopefully they did. I mean, I like these changes. I like them a lot. You still get access to Fanaticism. You get three auras that you didn't have access to before: Vigor, Thorns, and Concentration, which is actually really cool. I'm actually kind of excited about that. There's probably some pretty good builds that you could use. They took away 1, 2, 3, 4 useless auras. They left one of the good auras, actually 2 of the good auras, and added 3 new really good auras. And they only really took away Conviction Aura, which honestly kind of needed it. I think taking away the Conviction and reducing the proc chance for the Cursed was a good idea. I think overall it brings the Warlock more in tune with the other characters that don't have access to free Conviction and free Amplify damage on a regular basis. I think that's one of the main reasons why people saw the Warlock as really OP, is because the Warlock had access to unlimited Curse and unlimited Conviction Aura at any given time, which is now no longer the case. Chaos. Miasma Bolt added a delay before the Cloud Missile spawns. Changed the Miasma Bolt Cloud explode value from 0 to 1 to prevent double ticks of damage. I'd reduce the cloud damage by 50% and slightly reduce the direct hit missile damage as well. Miasma Bolt wasn't really broken. Like, I don't even understand. Did anybody think that Miasma Bolt was broken and deserved a nerf? Because I don't think anybody thought that. I mean, it was a good skill, and it was, like, okay if you could get the monster to stand still, but for the most part, like, meh. Skill Sigil Lethargy removed damage taken stat. Okay, that's a pretty hefty nerf to the Lethargy. Now it's no longer going to break physical immunities. It's still probably a really good ability, but now it's no longer going to apply the damage taken stat, which is probably in line with the nerf to the curse. It kind of makes sense. They're trying to prevent the Warlock from having easy access to negative physical resistance. Ridiculously easy access to negative physical resistance isn't really a good idea. It should always be something that you have to like struggle for a little bit. Ring of Fire damage reduced to be more similar to Frost Nova damage. Oof, so big nerf. That's kind of stupid in my opinion, because I don't really think that Ring of Fire quite has the same utility as Frost Nova. When you think about Frost Nova slows down the monsters tremendously, has like, what is it, like 40, 50 second chill time, and in general just tends to be a better like a crowd control effect. But I guess it does have knockback, so maybe it's okay. I don't know. Miasma Chains removed the casting delay. Thank God. Added active chain limit of 5. That's terrible. That's disgusting. Why would you remove the delay and then add a chain limit? That pretty much completely nerfs the Prakazan. The Prakazan's out. Does not work at that point, because once you add a chain limit on a character that has no synergies, it takes the Prakazan like completely out of the equation. It actually wouldn't really even work on the proc Warlock. I'm gonna have to like give some feedback on that. I don't think that's a good idea. Flame Wave, 15% damage reduction. Tiny nerf. Echoing Strike. Reduce the damage synergy bonus from 5% to 3%. I mean, it did probably need a nerf. Definitely. I was actually expecting them to add the line about it not hitting targets, but maybe that's in the bug. Maybe there's a bug section. Eldritch Blast, Life and Mana Steel made static at 5%. Terror Zones, Heralds, and Sunder Charms. Colossal Ancient Statues can now drop from non-terrorized act bosses. That's actually a really big change. The chance to drop Worldstone shards is no longer modified by player count. So we weren't imagining it. We were getting a lot more Worldstone shards when we were on Players 8. Heralds now spawn and hunt players immediately upon killing any monster in a Terror Zone. The chance for a Herald to hunt you is increased with each monster killed within the same terrorized zone. Latent Sunder Charms can now drop from any monster, terrorized and non-terrorized, using Magic Find. Huh. Increase the chance to drop Latent Sunder Charms now starts at Heralds of Dread Tier 2 instead of Tier 4. That's a good change. So basically what they're saying is that like you can get a Latent Sunder Charm, but it's going to be like really rare. Just from like anything. But you still get a much higher increased chance from Tier 2 and up Heralds. The increased chance to drop Latent Sunder Charms from Heralds is no longer heavily modified by player count. So again, makes sense. Players 8 seem to be dropping more. If the increased chance to drop Latent Sunder Charm from Heralds fails to drop a Latent Sunder Charm, there is instead a chance of dropping something desirable instead, like a charm or an amulet. We have heard the feedback that both the spawn rate of the Heralds and the drop rate of the Latent Sunder Charms fell too low. We have increased the chances for both to address this while still keeping the charms rarer than the pre-reign of Warlock drop rates. I mean, I definitely don't want it to be back to the pre-reign of Warlock drop rates. Those things were way too common. The intent of this is for players to have a very high chance of seeing both a Tier 1 and Tier 2 Herald in a single terrorized zone, creating an easily attainable chance to drop the charms. We have also introduced Latent Sunder Charms into the regular Magic Find-based drop pool to remove the restrictive nature of having to find until Heralds to get these items. Huh. Colossal Ancient's magic resistance increased from 50 to 75. I mean, that's about in line with some of the other Ubers. Colossal Talic damage adjustment / increase. Change the value of whirlwind damage. Increase the damage of the fire, twisters, and volcano. That's all they did. They needed a lot more changes to their survivability. Like, what the hell? User interface reintroduced blindable move directions, WASD. Maybe they finally fixed the bug. That's pretty neat. I actually really like the WASD. Akbel the Curse can no longer be bound by the Bind Demon skill. Makes sense. Fixed the summon tainted damage to increase the Blood Boil synergy. Nice. Fix the Echoing Strike damage bonus to be additive and not multiplicative. Wow, big nerf to Echoing Strike. Fixed Echoing Strike not rolling to hit. Another big nerf to Echoing Strike. Fix Echoing Strike not incurring durability loss on the weapon. Holy Jesus. Echoing Strike has just been nerfed into oblivion. Absolutely destroyed. I mean, yeah. So let me just say that, like, just this one would have been enough to balance the skill, I feel like. Just this one would have been enough to balance the skill. And maybe even just this one would have been enough to balance the skill, but all three of them together, combined together with the nerf that they gave the ability, which reduced the percentage, I have a feeling we're going to see a reversal on this one. I have a sneaking suspicion that they don't realize what they did, and Echoing Strike just became like the worst ability known to man, and it's probably not going to stay that way. If I had to guess, it would probably be this one that they reverse out of all three. But yeah, if they leave that the way that it's stated there, I think Echoing Strike is literally done. Time to adopt the Bowlock build because the Bowlock build was already superior. I'm going to be perfectly honest. The Bowlock was already superior, but the Bowlock is damn sure superior at this point. You guys might want to look up my Bowlock build. I might have to post that later. Fix my asthma bolt so that it no longer double ticks. I don't really get the whole targeting miasma bolts for nerfing. Like, it wasn't a broken skill. It was like barely functional. It worked good. It wasn't amazing. Like, you have to make the monster sit still. I don't really understand that. Um, Fixed miasma chains clouds to not exponentially tick. What does that mean? Fixed miasma chains clouds to respect next hit delay if they were generated by the same chain. Okay, I mean, they should have been doing that. Fixed enhanced entropy so that abyss radius, miasma, and miasma duration increases with bonus skill level for breakpoint increases instead of only base skill points. Okay, that's a buff. That's a very good buff. Now you no longer have to actually dump points into enhanced entropy to get the bonus. Fixed blind demon to not roll a blind chance every 2 frames. It now only checks on the 24th frame. Fixed Western Worldstone shards dropping more often than other shard types from high-level terrorized monsters. That's literally something that we noticed on a regular basis. I mean, overall, I don't particularly hate the changes. I mean, Echoing Strike did need a nerf. I don't really care about Echoing Strike. I know a lot of people were using Echoing Strike. I know a lot. I am well aware a lot of you guys are just like, there's tears like falling down from your face because of how much you loved Echoing Strike. But I thought it was an okay skill, and it was also obviously a target for Echoing Strike getting absolutely destroyed because it just had too much going for it. Like, you guys don't understand. This right here was already the most crazy thing that I've ever seen on a multi-hit ability. Like, let's break down all of the abilities in the game that have the ability to hit a target guaranteed every single time, right? With no like additional things needed to require to make that happen. There's only two whole abilities in the game, and they're both single target abilities, and they both only hit one attack at a time. Okay? There's only 2 of them. Smite and Guided Arrow. Those are the only 2 abilities in the game that have unaided guaranteed hits. Okay? And they're single target abilities that only hit one target at a time. Echoing Strike was a 5-hit ability that guaranteed hits on everything and then came back and then hit them again for guaranteed hits again. That was never going to be allowed to stay. Never. Not in your wildest dreams was that ever going to be allowed to stay. It was basically a guaranteed multi-hit ability, which up until this point never existed within Diablo 2. So it was already something that was going to be just gone, right? I didn't expect them to take this one away. This one, that's a little harsh. I kind of feel like Echoing Strike should have kept this one, just strictly because it made a lot of ethereal weapons really powerful. But at the same time, people were really exploiting the ever-loving bejesus out of this, with like dirt cheap weapons that take absolutely no effort to create. And I guess from that standpoint of the dirt cheap weapons that take absolutely no like effort to create, like for instance, an ethereal like Colossus blade, or not Colossus blade. I remember forgetting the name of the damn thing. The pole arm, the Colossus pole arm. Like, you could just get an F Colossus pole arm and make an insight, and it was like the craziest thing in the world, right? And it wasn't like the best in slot weapon. It wasn't a freaking, F fortitude or whatever, but it was dirt cheap and it was very, very powerful, right? For a dirt cheap F weapon. And because it didn't go off attack speed, like, yeah. But at the same time, I didn't really think that they needed to hit it this hard. Like, I didn't expect a quad punch out. Dude, they hit Echoing Strike like from 4 different directions over here. They're like, all right, what do we need to do to Echoing Strike to nerf this into the right place? And they're like, all right, let's punch it right in the nards, right in the nards with the ethereal bonus, and then let's also punch it right in the wiener with the accuracy, and then also let's punch it right in the butthole with the multiplicative damage. And then you know what? We're not done yet. Let's punch it right in the eye with like a damage nerf like across the board. And they literally hit this thing 4 different ways from 4 different sides. This is classic Blizzard, by the way. This is literally classic Blizzard. Blizzard does not know, and take this as God's truth. Blizzard does not know how to do mediocrity. They don't know what middle ground is. They only know really, really, really high and really, really, really low. That's all they know, right? So we had a skill that was really amazing and everybody used it. And instead of like bringing it down like somewhere in the middle, true to Blizzard style, they hit it with Thor's hammer and it's now like a mile deep underneath the ground. Oh man, and I couldn't care less. I'm up here laughing at you guys because I was using Mirrored Blades the entire time, and Mirrored Blades was always a superior ability. And I am so glad that they didn't even touch Mirrored Blades. Mirrored Blades didn't even get touched. You guys suck. Mirrored Blades is still number one. and Echoing Strike is now in the dirt, buried beneath freaking Batman that got his back broken by Bane. My personal opinion, though, like they didn't need to hit this one. Like I really think that they could have left this one. Like this one was like okay. It wasn't really the biggest thing in the world. Like you guys don't even know. Like this one right here is huge. This one right here is huge. This one didn't even really matter all that much because like most of the damage was coming from the actual skill, not from the weapon. Like, I don't think you guys realize how much of the damage was actually coming from the skill and not from the weapon itself. This completely destroys the damage from the skill, and this completely destroys the damage from the weapon. And by the time you're done, like, the only thing that's left is nothing. Like, what is Echoing Strike now? It's nothing. Like, it has no damage. Like, you can write it down. It has no damage. It can't CB. It can't open wounds. It can't proc anything. It needs attack rating now. It basically just flip-flopped from the best like damage ability in the game. It wasn't never really the best like procking or anything like that. But it flip-flopped from the best damage ability of the game to the absolute worst ability in the game. Like it has nothing going for it now. There's nothing. There's no special reason to use it. I don't even know why you would use it at this point. Like what can anybody like I'm looking at chat because I wasn't looking at chat before. Can any of you guys even think of a reason to use it now? Like, with the changes that they made to it, is there any reason you would ever choose to use it now over any other ability? Like, why would you choose to use it over Mirrored Blades? Why would you choose to use it over Cleave? Why would you choose to use it over the bow Mirrored Blades? Why would you choose to use it over, like, anything? It's not even better than a regular melee attack at this point because it doesn't proc Crushing Blow, it doesn't proc Open Wounds, it doesn't proc, like, amp or anything like that. It basically procs nothing. So it does nothing except damage, and it's not even good at that anymore. Yes, well, I mean, the two-handed thing in general was content, and then the Echoing Strike being able to use ethereal weapons was additional content on top of that. I mean, they didn't really take away the two-handed weapon thing. The two-handed weapon thing is still there, and it's still very powerful. They just made it so you couldn't use it with shields, which, like I said before, isn't really a nerf. Like, I don't see any nerf there. Maybe there's someone out there who's really upset about this. Maybe Llama or one of the other content creators is crying in their cornflakes, or maybe they're excited that they nerf shields because they think it's gonna make like some big difference. But honestly, the grimoires, like the unique grimoires and some of the blue and like yellow grimoires, were already best in slot for like just about every build. And the set grimoire from the Warlock set was like best in slot for the Fire Warlock. Like, it was kind of a toss up between the set book and the fire book, depending on like what build you were doing. Like, it changes nothing. Like, this changes absolutely nothing. I don't even know why they did it. They were like, here, let me make your build better. This literally might as well be a note that instead of saying what it actually says, it might as well say something like this. Like, let's see here. Inspect. Can I actually highlight this? Yeah, here we go. It might as well just say this. Let me just delete this. And we're just going to type in, we made your Warlock better by preventing idiots from using shields. Congrats. Now you are the superior grimoire users. By default. You guys didn't know you could do that, did you? You guys didn't know that you could edit a web page and make it look like the web page is saying something that it didn't say before, did you? This is actually something that you can do on any web page. And not only can you do this on any web page, you can even do it on bank websites and make it look like you have more money. And, you know, I don't want to represent this as a factual or anything, but this is no different than literally what it said already. Like, we literally made your Warlock better by preventing idiots from using shields. Congrats. Now you are a superior grimoire users by default. Like, there's absolutely no reason why, and I'm going to refresh the page to get rid of it. There's no reason why, like, this note even needed to exist, or even why this change needed to happen. Like, because it does nothing. I mean, going over all the changes like bit by bit. I mean, the max demon count now requiring base skill point investment, I think, is a really good change. Very good balance change. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. I think it's great. Summon Goatman attack speed bonus capped. I think that's a good change too, because the Goatmans did seem kind of overpowered. And honestly, you don't want all of your bonuses coming from the skill itself. You know, you can get a blind demon with fanaticism. You can get like a bunch of other things to increase their attack speed. It doesn't all have to come from the skill. So another good change. Blood Oath damage transfer capped at 50%. I mean, honestly, probably could have been a little bit lower. I don't really know. We'll have to see how this goes with the cap in HP, because this whole thing right here is tied together with the other change, which is, how do I put this? Kind of hard to see in reality. Like, you can't really see this. At the end of the day, like, this change is hand in hand with the other changes they made, which is down here, which is introduced a maximum health cap, which varies by each demon. So what this does is it makes this more interesting, because you are transferring damage to your demons, and depending on what HP they cap them at, there's a very good chance that, well, now your demons are mortal and not immortal like they were before. Although they did die. Mine have died plenty of times, especially when you only 1.1 wonder them. But basically, with this change, capping their HP and then having this at 50%, it very well could end up in them dying, which is a whole thing. Heralds needs a higher chance, but I'm still holding them down. They made a bunch of Herald changes. We'll get there. I already kind of covered everything, but we're going to talk about everything in detail. So Blood Boil range. First off, I don't really understand why they have a scaling range from 2 to 3 to 4 yards. I mean, how do I explain this that makes sense? Nobody is ever going to use this ability without dumping full points into it. Nobody. I don't know why you would cap the radius of the lower tier, because nobody's ever going to use the ability unless they actually put points into it. Like you're not going to just like use Blood Boil at level 4 and just be like, "Oh, I've the worst ability ever. This is so great. Let me spam it more." No, like it's terrible, and I don't even know like why they would even do this. They should just put it at 4 yards and not worry about trying to scale the yards with levels. It really doesn't matter. Also, 4 yards itself is very small, and I don't know why they decided to cap it at 4 yards. I mean, it's basically fireball sized, which isn't horrible, but it's not amazing either. Like yeah. Um, this one right here with the consume only giving you the bonus of the difficulty in which you grab the demon. This is a nerf across the board for every warlock, especially for leveling. So like if you're leveling in normal difficulty, consume is now far less effective, and if you're leveling in nightmare difficulty, consume is still far less effective. And then there's basically no effective nerf to hell difficulty characters, which is kind of interesting. I have a sneaking suspicion that this nerf was specifically Llama because he's a speedrunner, and speedrunners love movement speed, right? And maybe he realized that having like a 40% movement speed buff at what, like level 20 or something, or no, it's level 30, right? So you would have a 40% movement speed buff by that's fully buffed, by the way. That would be around like level 50, but like you can get it at level 30 and then you can start beefing it up at that point. So maybe there was some sort of conversation about how having a ridiculously huge buff that you can use to run really fast was some sort of negative thing for the speedrunner community. I don't know. I don't really see it as a huge deal because you get access to Vigor really early on. They also gave Vigor to everyone with the demon now because you can now bind a demon that has Vigor. So, like, so they take speed away in one place and then they give it back in the other, and then they at max level you still get to be as fast as you were before. I mean, theoretically, if you were to use a Vigor bind demon and also have a consume going at the same time, I don't even think you would even notice any slowdown. So I don't know. It really kind of like just seems like a speedrunner like nerf or something, because I don't really think it really affects most people in the game anyway. It does also reduce the HP bonus that you get, but the HP bonus is a percentage bonus, which is far less effective in lower levels anyway. So I don't really know. Yeah, I guess we'll see. It's going to affect like all the consume buffs though, as far as I know. So every single consume buff will be affected. The super unique ones, the regular ones, probably also. That's a question that I have for this: is does it also affect summons that you summon yourself? So like if you are a certain level and you summon a Goatman, or you summon a Tainted, or you summon a Defiler, does it also affect the ones that you're summoning, or is it only affecting the ones that you're binding and then eating? Because if it only affects the ones that you're binding and eating, then it's not really going to have much effect at all, because most people are going with the bind demon as an actual summon, and then they're eating one of the ones that they actually summon themselves. So, like, we'll see. Hopefully they don't keep the lethargy nerf. They seem to be pretty adamant on getting rid of the amp thing. I think that's probably why, because that's another thing we can talk about here is the cursed affix, chance to cast amplified damage reduced to 5%. That's a pretty huge nerf to the physical damage reduction. Actually, technically I was like 1, 2, 3, 4, right? No, they hit an echoing strike a fifth time. They punched, they punched right in the other eye with amp nerfs. They basically took a freaking like hammer to freaking echoing strike. I don't even understand why they hit it this hard, dude. They absolutely just smashed echoing strike with a freaking like Half-Life 2 wrench. Just oh man. Apocalypse is okay. I'm not really mad at Apocalypse. It can do its thing. I didn't really think it was super busted. I actually thought the Tainted were far stronger than Apocalypse. Honestly, Apocalypse is okay, but the Tainted were like amazing. If you haven't done a Tainted build, they fixed the Tainted synergy, and like the Tainted synergy is amazing now. Like the freaking Taint, I should like log into my Taint character for freaking the. Actually, no, they're probably not going to copy my characters. I'll have to like recreate it, I guess. Hmm. But yeah, the Tainted, my Taint lock, my Taint lock is absolutely insane. By the way, I think you guys will really enjoy it. I might have to like post some alternative builds for next season. Um, a lot of the changes they made to Blind Demon make sense. So requiring base skill points investment to Blind Demons, I think was really a good play. Also, they have like specific levels required to get certain types of demons, so you're no longer going to be able to get Hephaesto, which is a super unique, unless you get to level 20. And that's 20 base points, not 20 soft points. So you need to be level 20 if you want Hephaesto the Armorer. You're going to need level 15 if you want to get the unique monsters, and you're going to need level 10 if you want to get the champions. So basically, like, I think these are good changes in general because the Blind Demon skill was a little overpowered. I do think that the Blind Demon skill just needed a little bit of a touch up, and that's kind of what they did. Um, they made it so that you actually have to invest points into it, which I think was a good thing because 1 point wondering the Blind Demon skill was a little silly. It's not as bad as you think because Mirrored Blades was already like the best skill anyway, and Mirrored Blades is only a 20-point investment, which means that you can easily still invest 20 points into Blind Demon and still get your Hephaesto with Mirrored Blades. You just can't do it with Echoing Strike, which was like an 80-point investment at that point, which is kind of ridiculous. It's still 100% possible for a large number of builds to get access to the Blind Demon. It just depends on how you set things up. Um, I don't know about the synergy chance bonus. They played around with a lot of this stuff. I'm looking at like the things that they changed, and they changed a lot of things about like reducing the chance to bind. They have something in here about like changing the frames that you bind the demon on, and then reducing the benefit that health gives. It sounds to me like the demons are going to be a lot harder to grab than they were before. Like they're not going to be as easy to grab, which is actually kind of a better thing because you know like it's difficult to grab them already. Like sometimes you're trying not to kill them, and which is the main problem. Like you're trying not to murder them, and so you're trying to like figure out which one to grab, and like if they make it harder for you to grab them, there's a chance you could end up killing them before you end up grabbing them, which is definitely going to make it a little bit more difficult to grab those demons. Um, I think overall the Bind Demon changes are good. The only point of contention I think that a lot of people are going to get kind of upset about is losing access to Conviction Aura. Nobody cares about Holy Fire. Nobody cares about Holy Shock. Nobody cares about Blessed Aim, and nobody cares about Might Aura. I don't even know why those were in the pool. Like that change is absolutely pointless. It's actually better if those remained in the pool because it would make it harder for you to get the auras that you wanted. Like if I would give Blizzard a feedback on this, leave them in. Like why take them out? The reason why I would leave them in is because they're not powerful. They take up spots in the pool, and they make it harder for you to get the auras that you want. Like, you want some kind of a friction there. You want it to be difficult for people to get the auras you want. You don't want it to be easy. You don't want it to, like, every time you hit a monster, it's, like, always fanaticism or it's always a good aura, and you don't have to worry about it. Keep some bad auras in the list. Might is not superior to fanaticism, so leave it in the list. Holy Shock and Holy Fire are not superior to Holy Freeze, so leave them in the list. Blessed Aim is probably the only iffy one there because Blessed Aim is really good for attack rating, but the problem with that is that Fanaticism also gives attack rating, and I'm not entirely sure that Fanaticism isn't a better option for attack rating either. Let's take a look real quick. Let's pull up fanaticism, and let's also pull up blessed aim side by side, and let's take a look at like similar levels, and let's see which one caps out like earlier. So let's go to level 12, which is the highest at 240% bonus attack rating. And let's go down to fanaticism at level 12, which is that's attack speed, party player damage. Okay, so there's attack rating right there. So I guess blessed aim is still better attack rating wise if that's your only purpose is attack rating. Blessed aim is still better than fanaticism for that reason, but it still also has the attack speed and the damage, which pretty much puts fanaticism ahead over top of blessed aim. Honestly, I don't even know why you would take these out of the pool. Just leave these in the pool. Now, conviction aura. I would leave it in the pool. So hear me out. If you're listening, Blizzard, hear me out. Okay? Don't listen to these other people that are telling you to take conviction out of the pool. Conviction is not as powerful for the Warlock as a lot of people believe. Okay? It's not really that powerful. What I would do is reduce the level of the conviction aura down. I think right now it maxes out at like level 12. I would make it a lot lower. Make it max out at like level 4 or level 6 or something. Just reduce the effectiveness of the conviction aura that you can get. I think that would be a lot better. It doesn't need to go away because then you're just taking away everybody's toy, and they love having toys. But I do think that reducing its effectiveness so it's not an infinity, right? Like, infinity isn't level 25 conviction, right? So the paladin has the highest level conviction. And infinity is level 12, right? So the conviction aura that comes from the blind demon shouldn't be level 12. It should be lower than infinity. And in other words, make it a step ladder system where the blind demon is the lowest option, and then the infinity is your mid-tier option, and then obviously having an actual paladin with conviction is the highest tier option on the list. Like, I don't think necessarily you need to remove it. Just lower the level of the conviction aura to an acceptable degree. Like, put it down to like level 4. Conviction at level 4 is still like a halfway decent aura to have. If we pull up conviction for D2R and we throw conviction up on the panel, I mean, you take level 4 conviction, you're still getting negative 66% enemy defense and negative 45% enemy resistance. It's still a very good aura, even at level 4. In fact, you could probably bring it down to level 3 even. Or even level 1. You could just leave it at level 1. You could just have it be level 1 conviction aura, and people would probably still be satisfied with that. It wouldn't be the superior option to other things like infinity. It wouldn't be superior to native, conviction. It wouldn't be superior to other options, but it would still be there. Like, I don't see any problem with lowering down the level of it and just letting it stay. Moving on. Miasma Bolt, I don't know what they're doing with Miasma Bolt. There was nothing wrong with Miasma Bolt. I don't really feel like it was overpowered at all. It wasn't meta. There wasn't any like speedrunners like exploiting the crap out of it or anything. I used it a couple times. I thought it was a halfway decent ability that was usable, but not crazy, right? And I don't really understand what they're doing with it because it feels like they're nerfing it. And I don't really feel like the Miasma Bolt needed a nerf. I mean, it does seem like there was some sort of bug in place, and maybe they're trying to prevent the bug from happening. But overall, like, I don't know what they're thinking with Miasma Bolt. I need to test it, so we'll have to get in the game on April 14th, and we'll have to test it and see what's going on. But, like, I don't like what they're doing with it. I think it should have stayed the way it was. Or even, honestly, it might have even been fine with a small buff. Maybe just a small buff might have been okay. Sigil Lethargy, I understand what they're doing with it. Remove the damage taken stat, which is basically amplified damage. The problem with it having the negative resistance was that I think it stacked with amplified damage, and that was an issue. So like the highest negative damage that you can get on a boss is negative 100%. The highest that you can get in general, like across the entire board, is 125, and that has to do with Grimward. So Grimward has 125%. But with lethargy and amplified damage, it was the one time in the game where you could have way higher than 100% on a boss. And I don't know. I find it kind of odd that they let the sigils work in combination with the curses in the first place. Um, and I feel like they could leave it if they just make it actually combat the curses, like that you can't have both. But as long as you can have both amp and sigil lethargy, it is kind of broken,
That's
honestly.
a 6th nerf against Echoing Strike, by the way. The
Yeah,
6th line
yeah,
item you could bring
six,
that.
six. Well, I did have the amp in there, and I kind of included that in the amp. But yeah, let's put another punch right in the tongue with the lethargy nerf. I mean, honestly, Echoing Strike is looking like the worst ability known to man at this point. Like it's literally been nerfed into the dirt so hard. It is gone like a freight train, gone like yesterday. I do you really think is there any reason to still use Echoing Strike, Leon? Is there any reason at all?
If you're playing a melee build and you have to kill a Thorns Herald, that's your only reason.
Yeah, I guess you could bypass. Yeah, that's one interesting use for it. So if you're bypassing Thorns, that would definitely work for Thorns bypass. But even then, like on a Herald with that much HP, if it's not doing any damage, I don't even know. Um, Ring of Fire, I don't really understand the nerf to Ring of Fire. I didn't really feel like Ring of Fire was the most crazy damage ability in the game. You played a full fire build. Did you really think Ring of Fire was like insane?
No, until you had all the gear and the main songs, it wasn't even that good at like killing monsters.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really think it needed a nerf. Miasma Chains got both a buff and a nerf. For you to understand what I mean by buff and a nerf, they removed the casting delay, which was really good. And I think it's a very good change in general because the casting delay just really kind of like was poopy for Miasma Chains. But limiting it to 5 chains, like it just not only does it nerf the actual ability by forcing you to use only 5 chains at a time, but it also completely destroys the proc builds because the proc builds can no longer actually proc multiple chains. 5 is just way too low. I don't know.
It will feel better for like the cast version, but the procs ones are they're pretty much gonna feel crappy.
I mean, I'm not even sure. Like the cast one is going to be better, yeah, but how much better? Like I don't know. I'm not sure about this. And then they also reduced the cloud damage on Miasma Chains too, which so they nerfed it, they nerfed it again, and then they gave it a tiny little buff, which will help like one build, but like these two lines pretty much destroy the proc build and also the Procazon build. So like both the characters that were utilizing this in other ways got absolutely destroyed. And then this one slightly buffs up the like main cast version. I don't know. Flame wave reduction. I mean, I guess flame wave probably needed a small reduction. I feel like it was kind of like the main skill of that entire tree. Especially since it seemed to be hitting twice. This one kind of like throws me for a loop right here. With everything that they did to Echoing Strike, why did they reduce the damage synergy bonus from 5 to 3%? Like I don't I don't understand what they're doing with Echoing Strike. It's literally classic Blizzard all over again. On God, man. They literally do not know how to just balance an ability. They only know how to nuke it from orbit. They literally only know how to nuke things from orbit. They're like, "Oh, that skill's slightly overpowered? Okay." Well, it's not overpowered now. You're like, no, I don't think anyone's gonna be able to use it for like the next 500 years until the radiation goes away. Eldritch Blast having its life in Mana Steel made static seems really weird, especially since the ability wasn't even really that good to begin with. Eldritch Blast is one of those abilities that is kind of okay as a support ability, kind of just like a what's the terms I'm looking for? It's like a utility just to stay alive. It's like a decent utility to stay alive with. You can use it on any character because most of the time you end up having it anyway. And it basically just gives you some like return. You can't really use it on the casters because you do need to actually like use an ability to proc one of the hexes because it doesn't work without the hexes at all. It's not really the most amazing thing in the world. I don't know why it needed this change at all. It probably could have stayed exactly as it was. This is a weird change. The Terror Zone Herald Sundercharm thing, like I have no clue how this is going to play out, and I never do. Like every time they talk about these changes, like I think like, oh, okay, they're going to be rare, and then they turn out to be like so common that I'm wiping my butt cheeks with them in the bathroom. Um, I mean, they've got a couple lines in here which are interesting. So, like, first off, colossal ancient statues dropping from non-terrorized act bosses is kind of insane. That means that you can just go farm like Bale over and over again, and you can get statues. Literally, you just can just do like regular Bale runs, and you're gonna get statues, or regular like Duriel runs, and you're gonna get statues. I mean, it's interesting. It's definitely gonna make the statues a lot more common, because a lot of people love to do Mephisto runs. Um, I can pretty much tell you how it's going to work out right now. Duriel and Bale are going to be the most expensive. And Mephisto and Dariel and Mephisto and Dariel. Who am I missing? There's five. Why am I missing one? Diablo. Mephisto, Diablo, and Dariel are going to be like ridiculously common. Bale might be a little bit more rare, just simply because for some reason people don't want to actually kill him on Bale runs. But that might change because once they find out that Bale can drop regular, but could drop colossal ancient statues, that might completely shift the entire meta of like runs, and people might focus on killing Bale even in the Bale runs at that point. So, like at this point, I can pretty much assure you that Duriel is definitely going to be one of the most rare because nobody wants to kill his dumb butt. And yeah, it's probably going to be the most expensive one out of the lot, just simply because nobody wants to kill Duriel. In fact, you could probably even make that your like farming strategy for the next season, is that you could probably just focus on farming Duriel and then selling the Duriel like colossal ancient statues, or trading the Duriel ones maybe like even 2-to-1 for the other statues or something. It's going to be very similar to like D keys early on being worth like 2 of the regular keys because most people don't have the gear and the capability of farming Neolithag safely. So like if you can farm Duriel and get the statues from him, he's going to be the one that most people don't have. So you just farm Duriel, get yourself the colossal ancient statues, and profit. The chance to drop Worldstar Charms no longer being modified by your player count. There's a bunch of this in here. I mean, it's gonna make a big difference for people who do solo farming. Like, there's one in here for the Worldstone shards. There's one in here for the latent Sunder charms, and then there's another one in here for something else. I can't remember. But basically, apparently, player count was a huge modifier for any of the drops to happen, and they're taking it away. So P1 will be the same as P8 in terms of farming Sunder Charms, in terms of farming the Worldstone shards, and in general, just like it seems like they took away the player count requirement. So that's good. It means that people who are doing their little solo, games where they're farming by themselves, they won't have to like constantly bottom out. I think Jack was having that problem all season, wasn't he, Leon? Like where he kept running out of Worldstone shards and he was doing them all by himself. And then
They might be more valuable now too if they're dropping less overall.
I mean, it's fine. Like, there's just going to be more shards, and honestly, if there's more shards, people will be more willing to use them, which I think is a good thing. I think that's a good thing if they're more willing to use the shards, because that's the whole purpose of them. You're supposed to be using them. It's a consumable, right? Like, it shouldn't be something that you're hoarding. It should be something that you're using. And if you get more of them, then people will be more apt to use them and burn them for things, which is good. This change right here, which is increasing the drop chance for latent Thunder Charms, now starts at tier 2 instead of tier 4. I think is a really good change because you still have to invest to get to a tier 2, like, monster. A tier 2 Herald, right? A Harry. And in general, I think that's going to make a huge difference in people actually finding these because instead of having to dedicate a very long time to get these tier 4 Heralds, like you're going to be able to get like a tier 2 Herald relatively early and then have a really good chance to get yourself a Sunder way before you hit tier 5, which honestly before it felt like you had to be tier 5 to get a Sunder. Like if you got one. Oh, go ahead.
Do you see the developers note? They're saying like you get a tier 1 and 2 Herald in the single terrorized zone. So like if it's terrorized Stony Field or something, they're saying you might get 2.
Yeah, let's read it. So we have heard the feedback that both the spawn rate of heralds and the drop rate of latent Thunder Charms feel too low. We have increased the chances for both to address this while still keeping the charms rarer than pre-reign of Warlock drop rates. I mean, this is good. I like this line right here. I don't know if it's true or not, but I like that line. The intent is for players to have a very high chance to see both a tier 1 and tier 2 herald in a single terrorized zone, creating an easily attainable chance to drop charms. So they want basically 2 heralds per zone is what we're looking for. So like if you think about it,
drastic difference.
Yeah, that's a drastic difference. I mean, if you think about it from a certain perspective, I mean, there's what I don't even know how many zones are in Act 1, but like we could take like a quick guess. I'll just take a stab at it and say there's probably about like at least 20 zones. So if there's at least 20 zones in Act 1 and you ran the entire Act 1 with 2 heralds per zone, you're talking about like 40 heralds. I mean, that's a drastic increase in the total number of heralds that you're going to see. But then they also said that they increased the chance for the latent Thunder Charms to drop, which I'm not really sure if they need to go this far. I think this is overkill. But I mean, we're basically saying we've made the heralds more common. We've made the heralds have better drop rate at a lower tier. We've made the heralds have a higher percent chance to drop the Thunder Charms. But then they went a step further and they said we also introduced a random chance to just get a latent Thunder Charm from any monster in the game, which I'm assuming is probably also limited by TC class. I don't know exactly what TC class these charms are, but I suppose we could probably try and figure that out. That line is kind of strange. I'm not really sure why they needed to go this far with what they did.
You see the line that looks like you can kill any monster, not just champions or elites?
Yeah. It's kind of a weird one, too. I mean, it says latent Thunder Charms can drop from any. They basically added it to the Magic Find pool. But I mean, think about like Geeds, right? So how often do you find a Geeds in a season? Like how many Geeds did you find this season, Leon?
Like 2 or 3.
I mean, that's basically what you're probably looking at. And I would assume that the terrorize, the Thunder Charms probably have a higher TC count than Geeds, which means that you're probably going to find even less of them through Magic Find than Geeds. But there's like a chance, I guess, that it can fall.
Well, I think the reason the heralds are going to be more common too is that line where it says you can kill any monster to get the herald now.
Okay, so we got some data coming in from the chat. We got Degrader said he found 6 this season. Aminum found 3. Tatsumi found 3 or 4. I found like 2 or 3 too. I can't remember exactly how many. Some of them were in a group. Some of them were by myself. I'd say about 3. I mean, if you found 3 Thunder Charms the entire season from Magic Find, I mean, that's still pretty good. Especially considering you also have other chances to find them from the Heralds as well, which is going to be a separate drop rate entirely from the other one. I think they might have made it too common. I think we're looking at the same thing with freaking Echoing Strike. Echoing Strike went from one of the best skills to now one of the worst. And I think they went from like super duper rare Thunder Charms to like ridiculously easy to find Thunder Charms. We'll know when the patch comes out. Like it'll be like one day. Like we'll be in there farming and we'll be like, okay, we found like 7 Thunder Charms. This is like way too many Thunder Charms. I don't know what's going on.
How do the test characters work? Like that level 80 character, can you respec them? Can you change things?
They did this one time before where they gave you a bunch of characters and then it was really weird. The first time that they did this It was an absolute abject failure. Like the entire community was like up in arms. They were like, these characters are horribly made. Like none of the gear that you would use for testing. Like I can't get an accurate idea of how these characters would work. Like I remember the first time they did this, it was bad. It was very bad. A lot of people were literally just taking all of the gear off of other characters and they were just like combining, like they would take all the characters and then like strip them of their gear and then try and combine all the gear together to make like one half cobbled together like competent character, and it like barely worked. I'd like to see merc quests not just be dead quests anymore. I don't know what you mean. There's no quests for mercenaries, really. Like, I mean, I guess you have a quest to get a free merc, but most of the time you don't even need that quest to hire a mercenary. A lot of people don't know that. Where did we leave off? We finished the talking about the Terrazone stuff. This is really a wait and see thing. Like, I don't know if they've even tested this. I feel like we're gonna come to a conclusion at some point, and it's gonna be like, this is way too common, or this is way too rare. Um, or maybe they nail it. I mean, you know what? I'll just be optimistic. Maybe they nailed it. Like maybe it's just the right, level of who am I kidding? It's Blizzard. Who am I kidding? It's Blizzard. Colossal Ancients got like no changes. I don't even know what's going on here with the Colossal Ancients. They got one resistance buff for magic, which I don't even think magic was the main damage that was even hurting them. I think it was physical. I guess technically they got a buff because there's no longer like unlimited amp sources, and you can't just go in there and just like amp them and murder them in like 2 seconds. Echoing Strike is gone, so you don't have to worry about that. But I mean, the first time we went in there, I don't even think we even used mainly warlocks. It was like sorceresses and paladins and all sorts of other stuff, and we still absolutely annihilated them. Like I don't even. I feel like there should be a lot more changes to the Colossal Ancients than this. And then like apparently Talik got a damage increase, and then something to do with his whirlwind damage, but like I guess we'll find out what that's about. Um, Reintroduction of WASD is really cool. I actually really like the WASD in the game, and I was kind of sad when they took it out. Like I liked it. I didn't think it was horrible. It was a really good addition to the game, in my opinion. I didn't hate it at all, and yeah, that was kind of buggy, but like they didn't have to remove it. But now it's going to be back, so I guess we're going to find out whether they fixed the bugs involved in it, and hopefully they did. Most of the bug fixes here are revolved around Echoing Strike and Miasma. I mean, we already talked about Echoing Strike to death. They nerfed the ever-loving bejesus out of it. Tainted got buffed. Like my Tainted build, Leon saw my Tainted build. My Tainted build was good, don't you think?
Yep, it's gonna be way stronger now.
Dude, my Tainted build was already good. Like, I don't think you guys know about my taint lock. My taint lock, I mean, let me show you my taint. Let me show you the taint, boys. You need to
Or
see
chunky.
you need to see the taint, okay? You're gonna be singing the taint song. And like my taint lock is already strong, and he's gonna be so much stronger now. I don't even know what to tell you because my taint lock is gonna be ridiculous. You guys are gonna look at my taint and have taint envy. That's what's gonna go on with the taint lock. Without conviction bind demon, you don't need the conviction bind demon. I honestly, I use the conviction bind demon on that build, and I can't even legitimately say that the conviction bind demon really does that much for the character at all. Even without conviction, I still run around stomping everything. And for some reason or another, my sound doesn't work, which makes sense because reasons. Where the hell is my Elgato Dujink so I can turn my sound back on? Dear Lord Jesus. I'm just pulling up the taint lock. Let's do it. Where you at? Quantum Leap. Let's go, Quantum Leap. Man, do I have to actually find it in my freaking thing? That's terrible. I don't want to find my Elgato application. It's this one, I think. There it is. Unmuted. Alright. I have a conviction minion, but, well, whatever. Honestly, the damage is going to go up so much, I don't even think it really matters. Let's grab our little doojinx here. So we need 1, a 2, and then we're going to use our doojinx, and then we just teleport into groups. We just telestomp. That's what we do. We just go weep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. This build is already kind of crazy, like how good it is. And with this energy bonus, so my little tainted demons are only doing 3,576. In fact, yeah, 3,576 fire damage. They're going to go up insane. Like, you're going to see this number rise to the moon. And that's the silly thing is that, honestly, once that goes up, I probably wouldn't even want to use a conviction demon. I would probably prefer, in that case, to utilize another tainted, because why would I not want to have like another 12k fire damage added to my attack? Like, the conviction aura isn't even really an issue at that point, because you can pretty much just murder everything horribly and painfully. All I do is telestomp around and murder everything. I can telestomp into basically any pack. I don't even care. All I gotta do is recast my buffs and telestomp 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 and telestomp. Now the thing is, though, is that this is the weak version, because I don't have the Blood Boil synergy. The Blood Boil synergy adds a huge amount of damage to the character, and I can't use it because it didn't work before. So we already have a 100% functional character without the synergy, and with the synergy, it's just going to skyrocket into the moon. The Taint Lock becomes one of the strongest builds. Time for the Taint Lock, boys. And then you just use a Plague Merc is what you need. That's what you need at that point, is a nice Plague Merc so you can get the lower res proc. Oh, I don't even have most of my gear equipped. Look at that. I was literally murdering anything, and I didn't even have my Chains of Honor on, my Ars Tors Balos, or my Mithril Coil. I was literally teleporting into packs, murdering them, and I didn't even have, like, 3 of the best pieces of equipment on that I was wearing. That's great. I think it's because I'm missing my Annie. I think that's what it is. I don't know if I have an extra Annie in here. I probably stole it from him at some point. There's an extra Annie. Let's see if that brings... that brings 2 of my pieces of equipment back, because it's a crappy Annie. Nah. Do I have any stat points? I've got some stat points. What am I missing? Strength? Okay, there we go. So now we got an even stronger Taint Lock. Yeah, let's resummon our Taints. We gotta resummon the Tainteds. Yeah, let's go somewhere fun. Let's go to Arcane Sanctuary and teleport into a bunch of ghosts. It's always fun to teleport into ghosts. You are the weakest ghost. Goodbye. I need a bigger pack than that. Where's a big pack? Oh, there's a big pack. Yeah, these are fire beams too. Goodbye. Hey, look, the crappy Demon Hunt gloves nobody likes. Oh, there's a big pack of ghosts. Yeah. Die, ghosties. There's another pack of ghosts. Die, ghosties. You've been doing taint ups? Oh man, don't do taint ups. Can't really get good grip with your butt cheeks.
You know what you need to do when you make this build again, right? The thumbnail needs to be a picture of the Triforce, but it's replaced with the taints.
Oh man, Savage, you wanted to know about my taint? I'm showing my taint off right now. Everybody look at my taint. I'm totally getting banned for that. Yeah, one-weight it. Come here, summoner. Boom! Get wrecked. Oh, look, everything's dead because my Taint Lock is OP. And my Taint Lock is about to be even more OP. With staff, this is the Ondal's Wisdom Staff. I don't even have the best equipment. I mean, you would, realistically, you would probably want, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, you definitely want a Fire Sunder, which I don't have. That is one thing that you would definitely want, and I don't have a Fire Sunder. I do have this beautiful 38 life, 15 all-res Grand Charm, though, which is amazing. We're all tainted now. Yeah, Taint Lock's going to be OP next season. These miasma bolt changes, I don't understand what they're doing. Like, I don't know. Like, they weren't OP. I don't really know of anybody who was really like, oh wow, these are like the most crazy things that ever existed. I mean, they hit him with a nerf stick here, and then they hit him with a buff stick over here. The enhanced entropy not requiring base skill points, I think, was a really good move because the main problem with that is that, like, you generally don't want a synergy bonus over 60. So, like, whenever you're looking at skills, to bring my character back up here real quick, let me pull this up just to show off that skill panel. But, like, when you're looking at an ability, you don't really want anything more than 60 points. And if you look at the Eldritch tree, like if you look at Ring of Fire, so that's 20, 40, 60, right? Well, with the miasma skills, it was 20, 40, 60, 80, because you had to put points into enhanced entropy base points to actually make that work. Now, granted, you could still put points into it if you wanted like an epic level, like Abyss, circle. But them changing it from base points to soft points I think is a really good change because it opens up this build a little bit more, so you don't have to drop points into enhanced entropy. So it's only 60 points, and then you can fiddle around with whatever else you're trying to use. There's very few abilities on this tree because it's a really well done tree that actually require like more than 60 point synergy investment. Like when you look at Echoing Strike is 20, 40 for Mirrored Blades, 60 for Blade Warp, right? It's a 60 point investment. I guess you could technically say it might be 80 if you go 20 points into Levitation Mastery. I don't think anybody's ever building Echoing Strike again, though, and if they go ahead with those nerfs, though. good luck on that one. Yeah. That's gonna be a yeah. Sweet Phil is a happy boy. What, is he excited that they nerfed Echoing Strike? I don't really care about Echoing Strike. I think it's one of those. I don't think they should have nerfed it as hard as they did, but I'm not exactly sad about it. Like, whatever.
It's sad it lost any identity, though. Like, at least the ethereal weapon was, there's an
Yeah.
ethereal weapon. Give it to that guy.
I think they should leave that. I think the ethereal weapon thing should stay, but I'm not sure if that's enough to really carry it,
It's not. That's why it should stay.
Is it enough to carry it? Because I'm not sure. This, I don't know what this is. Fix the bind demon to not roll a bind chance every 2 frames. It now only binds every 24th frame. I think this might have had something to do with, how the bind demon skill, Leon, was like burning mana like crazy? You know how like you'd hold down the button and it would just drain your entire mana pool in like a second? I think it was actually costing you mana every 2 frames. I think that's what it was. And I think we're probably looking at like so like 25 frames in a second, right? Divided by 2. I think it was literally charging you like 12.5 times per second, which I don't remember what the mana cost on Bind Demon was. Let me look it up real quick. So Bind Demon has a mana cost of why can I not see what I'm looking for?
They also may be just trying to nerf people from using it as like a kill tactic.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's also because you can literally just use it to murder things. It does.
Like entire pack.
Yeah, like you can literally just sit there, but you don't get any EXP for it. But yeah, you can literally just, like in the Ubers where EXP doesn't matter, you could just sit there and just bind every single monster and just not even worry about it. But like, let's assume it was like 12 mana per bind demon. Or, you know, we can actually get like real stats just by simply going into a game and looking at our actual Bind Demon skill. So we've got Bind Demon. It's 47 mana cost, okay? So it was checking 12.5 times per second at 47 mana cost, which means it was burning 587.5 mana per second. Which might also explain why it was having such an easy time actually binding the demons, because if it was trying to bind the demon every 2 frames and it was burning that mana every 2 frames, that explains why it was literally eating up your entire mana pool in like no time whatsoever. Now, what this means is that before it was checking to bind the demon 12.5 times per second, which means that, like, let's say you sat there and held down the button for 10 seconds, which was impossible, by the way, but you did that, you would get 125 attempts at trying to bind the demon within 10 seconds, which explains why you could just basically bind any demon that you wanted to at any point, right? At this point, they're saying that it's only going to check to bind the demon on the 24th frame, which, since there's 25 frames in every single second, that means that it's only going to check to bind the demon 1 time per second every second, which is probably going to make it a lot harder to bind demons. I don't know exactly how hard this is going to be, but my assumption on this is that in combination with this change, and then if we go up here to the Bind Demon ability, you'll also see another change where they reduce the Deathmark synergy bonus, which was the increase. And then they also reduced the benefit of missing health grants. So basically, there were 3 things going on here. Number 1 is it was trying to bind the demon multiple times really, really fast, which basically meant like rolling dice really, really fast until you got a win. Right? The missing health benefit apparently was too high. So there was a benefit for the monster having missing health, and that benefit apparently was insane, making it like absolutely ridiculously easy to grab the monster when they were missing any HP, which apparently they reduced. Then they also reduced the synergy bonus, which increases the chance for you to get your demon as well. So the moral of the story is, from everything that I'm seeing in here, is they've reduced the number of attempts, they've reduced the percentage chance that you're going to get the demon, and they've also reduced the benefit that missing health gives you for getting the demon. So across the board, it's probably going to be much harder to grab a demon than it was before, in general. I don't know exactly how hard, but I would expect it to take a lot more than like, oh look, hit the monster 1 time, he's mine. It's definitely not going to be that anymore. But where in the realm of Carmen Sandiego it's going to end up, I don't know. That's a nice little Easter egg there for you from some old PBS shows. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? I don't know exactly how this one's going to end up. They may have made it too hard to bind a demon. The curse nerf is going to make your build dead. I don't think so. I don't really think so. My personal opinion, this is a nerf, yes, right here. This is a nerf, but big butts, like big bootied hoes. Okay, big booty hoes, you're still not gonna have a problem. It really comes down to the Holy Freeze aura. They left the Holy Freeze aura in there. They probably shouldn't have, because the Holy Freeze aura is what completely like undoes this nerf. Don't tell Blizzard, but when you have Holy Freeze aura, it checks to curse every single monster that is hit by the Holy Freeze aura, and the Holy Freeze aura will hit everything on the screen. So if you grab a Holy Freeze cursed monster, which might be a little bit hard to come by, every time the Holy Freeze procs, it will attempt to 5% chance. But like, think about it. If you have, I don't know, like 100 cows on the screen, and the Holy Freeze aura goes off, what do you think the percent chance of 105% chances is going to be? Do you think one's going to proc in 100 attempts? I think so. I think 5% is still going to be plenty when you're talking about like a Holy Freeze hitting the entire screen. So you're still going to end up with curse all the time. You just might have to run the Holy Freeze aura instead of the Fanaticism aura. I've actually done this before. It works just fine. But like, I wonder if there's like, let's see, if I have 105% chances, what is the percent chance of one success? Let's do some statistics here. So here we go. Here's an AI answer. It says the chance of having at least one success in 100 trials, each with a 5% chance of success, is approximately 99.41%, which means that if you're utilizing a Holy Freeze Cursed monster, which shouldn't be that hard to come by, you should have a 99.41% chance of getting a proc every pulse. Holy Freeze procs, I believe it's once every 2 seconds, which means you have a 99.41% chance every 2 seconds to get an amplify damage proc. I don't really think that you're going to have much issue if you use a Holy Freeze Demon. The only downside to this, of course, is that you can't use these auras. Now, here's the caveat to this, though. The caveat is you might be able to use Fanaticism, Vigor, Thorns, or Concentration if you grab a Lightning Enchanted monster. So if I remember correctly, the little tiny lightning bolts that come out of the monsters when they're Lightning Enchanted also can proc the curse. And this means that you have a 5% chance for every single little lightning bolt as well. Which means that theoretically, if you got a Holy Freeze Lightning Enchanted monster with Cursed, you'd probably still be cursing the entire screen 100% of the time anyway with ease. Okay? Yeah. I don't know about these aura changes. Like, I really don't. I feel like the aura changes are so misguided. Like, why remove Holy Fire? Why remove Holy Shock? Is it because they're useless? Because they are. They are useless.
I do like the new ones added in.
The new ones added in are great. Like Vigor, amazing. I would love to run a Vigor. Like, you could have like a whole freaking like Bind Demon team at this point with like a Vigor, a Thorns, a Fanaticism, a Concentration. Like, Concentration, Thorns, and Vigor are huge. Those are big changes. I say add those in. Leave Might, leave Blessed Aim, leave Holy Shock, leave Holy Fire. Leave Conviction too. I say leave them all. Conviction, I think you should cap out at like level 3 or something, like 1 to 3. Like, don't let Conviction aura go above like level 1 to 3 or something like that. I think that's fine. I think to leave them all in there, put Conviction aura at a really low level. If people still want to use it, that's fine. There's better options like Infinity. Don't make it on par with Infinity. Make it a baby version. Make it like a level 1 version or something. Level 1 Conviction Aura is still powerful in the hands of an elemental user. It's not amazing. There could be better options for them to use, but it's something. Like, another thing is that with the pool that they currently have, Fanaticism, Vigor, Thorns, Concentration, and Holy Freeze, they've basically limited the pool of auras to only good auras. Those are all good auras. Like, there's nothing effectively wrong with any of those auras, to be perfectly honest. They're all actually kind of really good. And, like, I don't know if they really want that, because, like, you kind of want some negative with the positive. Like, you kind of want it to be like, okay, man, I really want Fanaticism, or let's see what I get. Oh, crap, stupid Holy Fire, or okay, let's try again. I really want Fanaticism, or oh, crap, stupid Blessed Aim, or like, you kind of want a little bit of that in there. You kind of want people to have to struggle a little bit to get the aura that they want, because it makes it fun. There's a hunt to it. There's a challenge to getting the right one. Some people really enjoy the challenge to get the right, like, the perfect minion. And I also think it's a good negative for Bind Demon to have that challenge where it takes you a little bit to get the demon that you want. But maybe, and to play devil's advocate to myself, maybe the nerfs that they did to actually binding the demons are so bad that they wanted to take away the bad auras, because now it's going to be really difficult to get a bind demon. And so maybe their idea here is okay, let's like limit the auras to only the good ones, because now it's going to be really hard for you to get a demon, and we don't want the bad auras in there because people will get upset if it takes them like 50 attempts to get a demon and then it ends up with something poopy, right? Another interesting thing to this change is that for those of you who don't know, Vigor Aura, Thorns Aura, and Concentration Aura do not naturally spawn on any monster in the game, with the exception of the Heralds, and the Heralds are not tameable or bindable, right? So what does this mean? Well, what this means is that you cannot get them. To put this into perspective, if you have a level 1 Bind Demon skill, you will not get Vigor, Thorns, Concentration. If you have a level 10 Bind Demon skill, you will not get Vigor, Thorns, or Concentration. If you have a level 15 Bind Demon skill, you will not get Fanaticism or Vigor, Thorns, or Concentration. If you have a level 20 Bind Demon skill, then you will be able to get Vigor, Thorns, and Concentration. Which basically means at this point, for the majority of the people who are using the Bind Demon skill, especially those ones who are using a 1-point Wonder version, the only 2 auras that you can now get, literally only 2, are Fanaticism and Holy Freeze. That's it. Nothing else. You literally cannot get any other aura at all. In fact, it's actually kind of weird, because what happens when you bind a demon, for instance, like if I bind a demon that is a unique demon at level 15, and I don't have the ability to imbue them with an aura, but they already have an aura, like for instance, let's say they have Might Aura, or Blessed Aim, or Holy Shock, or Holy Fire, or Conviction, and they're aura enchanted, and I bind them, well, they can't have those auras because they've been removed from the pool. So does that mean it just randomly assigns them a new aura from the pool? Or do they just take away the aura entirely? Questions. But my assumption would be that it just simply randomly assigns them one of the other auras, which I think means that the bare minimum that you have to be to get an aura would be 15, which is actually pretty high. That's 15 skill points that you would have to hard invest into the ability just to get the uniques, which would allow you to get an aura. So you're not going to be able to get a monster with an aura at level 1 anymore. You're not going to be able to get a monster with an aura at level 10 anymore. You're not going to be able to get a aura with a monster with just soft points. So you can't just have like 20 points in it, right? So when these roll, they are now replaced with, okay. But I kind of read that as like if you bind a demon with a level 20, for instance, if you bind a demon at level 20, it assigns it an aura. And then the aura would then be replaced with one of the other auras. Like imagine you have, you're trying to socket a weapon that has 4 sockets, right? If you try to socket a weapon that has 4 sockets and it rolls 5 sockets, then it goes back to 4. If it rolls 6 sockets, then it goes back to 4. Like, I read that as to mean that when you summon a demon and it's assigned a random aura, that, like, if it rolls Holy Shock, which it can still roll Holy Shock, it then reassigns it to one of the other ones. But I'm not sure how that works when the monster already has an aura already assigned, I guess is what I'm saying. But, I mean, regardless, bare minimum, it looks like you need 15 hard points to get an aura. If you want an aura, at this point, it's 15 hard points. Yeah, and if you go 15, Dylan, yeah, if you go 15, as you're saying, it's going to incentivize you to just drop the extra 5 points. You're like, okay, well, I'm already at 15. I might as well just spend the extra 5 and get the guaranteed aura from any monster that I want to grab, right? Because at that point, why not? It's just 5 extra points. If you really can't spare those 5 extra points, I'd understand. But, like, at that point, you might as well just go the extra 5. That way you don't have to worry about finding a monster that has an aura.
Well, I think that's what's interesting. The choice is going to be, do you get 3 demons or do you get a max bind demon? Because you could stop at 15 and then max demonic mastery, but I don't think you can do both on some builds. Because some builds, you're going to have to put 20 points in demonic mastery and 20 in bind demon, which is 40 points, just to have the same support you had this patch.
I mean, I think it's good. I think what they did is good because it does force a little bit more choice. Whereas before it was like 1 point bind demon, who cares?
Yep.
You're like, oh, yep, 1 point bind demon, all right, moving on. In fact, I don't think there was any build that wasn't using 1 point bind demon. Is there any build that wasn't using a bind demon? Maybe the taint lock might not use bind demon at this point though, because with conviction gone,
I don't think it's worth it.
I don't think it's worth it anymore. I think
Try
it pretty
to-
much
try
just
force.
you just grab a fire sunder and then you want like lower res or conviction on something else, so you probably get like a conviction mercenary, or maybe a lower res mercenary, one or the other, maybe both. And then you just move on. You just do 3 taints. You just do tri-taint instead of doing the 2 taint and the bind demon. You just do the tri-taint, guys. That's all there is to it.
Which I think was the stronger version anyway.
Yeah, well now with the synergy, it's way stronger. So it's like insanely much more stronger than the original version. This one's kind of a funny one. The Western Worldstone shards dropping more often. I tell you, man, like the whole kinship really kind of like draws a lot of light onto this stuff, and we all noticed that the Western shards were dropping way more often than anything else, and it was just like across the entire kinship, we're just like, yep, everybody's getting like we have like 15 Westerns and like 2 of like the other ones. The Western ones dropping a lot was definitely something that was noticed by everybody. Akmel the Cursed. Akmel the Cursed is the
Second
he's
wave.
the second wave. He's the
He was
undead.
the bug.
Yeah, he was the bug. I literally called that day 1 too. I said I told everybody. I said there's gonna be a demon, like a non-demon that's bindable.
Let me ask you a question. What kind of skill do you think Echoing Strike is as far as durability? Because you know some skills just instantly break weapons. Imagine all the nerfs. You go in and someone goes to try it. They throw their first strike out and their weapon is just broke.
Instant broke. I mean, you never know. It might check for durability on every hit. It might be like 5 checks and then 5 checks back, and it
It's
might
done, dude.
and it might literally just smoke the weapon immediately, like it just falls out of your hands. Just absolutely
One throw and you're back in
destroyed.
town.
I mean, I expected Cleave to also kind of do something similar because it hits every single monster. They made the game less interesting. I mean, I don't agree. Like, Echoing Strike was not really the best ability. Like, I kept telling people this, and I'm going to keep saying it 1,000 times if I have to. Actually, I probably already said it 1,000 times, 10,000 times if I have to. Like, it wasn't really the best ability. It never was the best ability. It was easy and it was okay. It was like moderately okay as an ability. It had too many stat point requirements, and it took too much to get it to the point where it actually worked. Mirrored Blades and Cleave, like together as a pair, were already better than Echoing Strike, but the Bowlock is insanely better than Echoing Strike by miles. And now it's not even a competition. Like, the Bowlock is literally the superior version entirely. Fortitude Thundermauls in the bargain bin soon. Yes, they are going straight into the bargain bin. Those poor Thundermauls.
If you still like Echoing Strike, the only version I'm going to recommend now is probably Hexbane. Hexbane or Hexpurge version. It works. You can use it that way.
I mean, and that version is only a 20 point, right? Because like you don't really actually need to put points into
you don't put points at you just
Yeah.
beef up the hexes. You don't
Yeah.
put points into it at all.
Yeah, you just 1 point it, 20 points into mirrored, and you beef up the hexes, which you do anyway because it's the synergy for Hexbane.
And your best weapon then becomes like a plus of skills weapon like Mang Songs or Obedience, and then you have the cast rate, and it's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, Echoing Strike should still be fine as a non-physical version, but it's not going to be good as a physical version. I don't really know though. I tried to use it in Ubers, and even though it's just fine, it was fine as a P1 Uber killer. Don't take this the wrong way, but in P8, it couldn't stop regeneration. It had no open wounds. It couldn't. Like, the monster was immune to poison. You couldn't apply open wounds. The monsters had like 4 million HP. Like, good luck ever killing anything with freaking Echoing Strike like in P8 Ubers. Like, it was just completely impossible.
It has nothing going for it anymore. The only thing you can say it has going for it is that it works off cast speed, but is that even a benefit anymore?
I guess if you want to run Enigma, so if you want to just
Yeah.
like teleport around with Enigma, I guess it makes sense. So you could probably still run an Echoing Strike version with Hexbane specifically focusing on
Yeah.
cast speed with your Enigma, and it probably would do okay because you could still get like 10k magic damage with Hexbane,
Yeah.
which might explain why they beefed up the magic resistance on the Colossal Ancients. They're like, well, they could still use Hexbane, and Hexbane's kind of OP. Duriel still drops down portals. He does. He does. Um, Bugging Duriel might actually be a thing if you guys don't know how to do that. You basically need somebody that opens the door to Duriel's tomb but hasn't actually killed him. So you have somebody who goes all the way to Duriel, puts the staff in the hole, and doesn't kill him. And then you make the game with that character, and then you bring somebody else in to like kill Duriel. And it basically he's quest bugged at that point, and his drops actually get pretty good. Might be a good season to have a quest bugged Duriel character for Duriel farming. It's interesting that we've gotten this so soon, though. Like when I don't. There's no season coming up for Diablo 2, is there? Like the next season should be like in June or something, right?
I would think if end of May or June, yeah. If they start doing 3 months.
I mean, if this patch comes out mid-season, it pretty much just destroys all the Echoing Strike build characters. What's up, Acid Strike? How's it going, man?
Oh, not bad. I was just listening in.
Did you hear about the Echoing Strike nerf?
Oh, yeah. I don't use Echoing Strike on any of my builds anyway.
I mean, I think the changes are like overall good. If I had to like either call them overall bad or overall good, I would say overall good. I don't like them picking on the miasma skills though.
Yeah, I didn't think they were that strong. I understand wanting to fix the bugs with them, like the double ticks and stuff, but then why is there like a couple lines in there about nerfing the damage too? Like there's actual nerfs on top of the bug fixes.
I don't understand why. Like, it was never really that great of an ability. Like, I don't want to say that it was horrible, but I mean, first off, the miasma chains never really felt that good because you couldn't spam them. Which, yes, you can now spam them, but now you're capped at 5. So, like, I don't know. They gave it like the Hydra treatment, and the Hydra treatment wasn't a good treatment for Hydras, and it's not really a good treatment for miasma bolts either. Like, it's okay in that you can spam 5 of them real quickly, and then you could go on to something else. But
Yeah, you'll basically go abyss, and then you'll spam 5 of them abyss, and spam like you'll just do that.
yeah,
And then if you have teleport, you'll teleport behind the pack and instantly kill them with 5 chains. It actually will be better for that playstyle. That's the only thing that will be better for them.
Jules, the problem is not that it will be better specifically for the miasma chains. The problem is that they nerfed the damage of the miasma chains. They also messed around with the way that the actual stuff ticks. And then to take it even further, like there were several builds. There was a Prakazan build that utilized the Authority and the Entropy Locket, I think is what it's called. Those two items to proc the miasma chains, which is now nerfed.
And next hit away.
And then they also there was a version of the Warlock which utilized the procking effect of mirrored blades to use miasma chains using the entropy locket and the entropy, and that is dead now too. So with this change that they are trying to fix miasma chains, they have effectively just completely destroyed 2 other builds. So it's just gone. Like the bow lock, the proc lock is essentially dead, and also the Prakazan is dead now because of the change that they did. I don't like that change. I think it's stupid. I didn't like it for the Hydra either. I thought it was also stupid. I think I should buff the radius of your current AoE build. I can't remember the name. Current AoE build. Not really sure what you're talking about, Dylan.
You know what would be in? You know, be a way to fix that, Ginger.
What?
But actually, that would make the proc build too strong. Never mind. I was thinking like they can put the casting delay back into the chain, make it longer, but make you cast 5 chains. So you cast 5 chains, and then like you only have 5 maximum casted, right? But the proc build would go nuts at that point. It'd be the proc build would be too good.
I mean, the Mirrored Blade builds were always really strong. People are just silly. Like, they were playing with Echoing Strike. They literally... So, I will call this out as a community failure. Like, if you're angry at Echoing Strike, I want you to listen to me right now. You guys are to blame. Okay? When you focus all of your effort and power into this one ability, and you draw the Eye of Sauron to the ability, like, you are essentially responsible for getting it nerfed. Like, Mirrored Blades didn't get nerfed, and Mirrored Blades probably deserves a nerf, to be perfectly honest, because Mirrored Blades is OP. Echoing Strike is also very strong, and it didn't really deserve all of the nerfs it got. It deserved some of them. It didn't deserve all of them, but it got all of them because you guys drew the Eye of Sauron to this ability. And we were all laughing about it, too, because we're like, Echoing Strike is going to get nerfed, and they're not going to touch Mirrored Blades. And it's going to have absolutely no effect on my builds because nobody's playing Mirrored Blades because they're stupid. And everybody's playing Echoing Strike, and so Blizzard's going to, like, freaking magnet straight to Echoing Strike and nerf the crap out of us. I didn't use Echoing Strike. I played it in the beginning, and that was it, and I moved on. I even told everybody, every single opportunity I got, I told everybody that Mirrored Blades was a really good skill and they should try it. I told people about the Warlock. I showed them the Warlock. I literally played the Warlock for my solo self-found build. I played it online. I did tons of friggin' builds. Like, pay no attention to Ginger's build, Blizzard. Yeah, don't Eye of Sauron on me. No, they're probably going to Eye of Sauron on me. Oh, don't worry. Now that Echoing Strike is dead and Mirrored Blades Warlock is now becoming like the top one of the top builds. I think if you're wondering like what builds are going to survive this, like I can give you guys a short list. I mean, first off, Apocalypse is an obvious survivor. Like it's still going to be just as good, if not the same. Yeah, people are going to really like it. Just as good. It really hasn't been nerfed. So like Apocalypse, Ring of Fire, Flame Wave, it's probably not going to be affected much at all. Apocalypse actually didn't even get touched, right? It was just Flame Wave and Ring of Fire that got touched. So Apocalypse is still just fine. The Mirrored Blades is still going to be very good. They didn't touch it, so just as good. There's a lot of good ways that you can build Mirrored Blades. Mirrored Blades is good for melee. Mirrored Blades is good for ranged. Mirrored Blades is really good in combination with Cleave as a melee, or you can just use the ranged version. I highly recommend using the ranged version, even if it's just an off swap, because the ranged version is immune to thorns. So when you get to a Thorns Herald, which you're inevitably going to do, you can swap over to your bow and murder the Thorns Herald and then swap back. Which is actually super effective. You could also potentially use Echoing Strike for that, as Leon pointed out. So you could easily just use Echoing Strike to murder the Thorns Herald. Depends on what you want to do there. And then on top of that, the other build, like, I don't think the summon build really got touched at all. Like, if you want to do a summon build, like, none of them really got touched. And the Taint version is even better, so we can say just as good for generic summon, but if we say Taint summon, literally got like ×4 boost. Like ×4 boost in power. Taint summon's gonna be pretty powerful. I don't know about Miasma. I gotta check out Miasma. I don't really know how that's gonna work at all. Another very interesting build that may actually be very fun, not really like super meta or anything, but a Thorns Rancor build has now emerged, and there's a reason for that, because the Blind Demon can now get Thorns, and Rancor was always a good Thorns option, so now you could potentially get a really good Blind Demon with Thorns and Cursed, grab Rancor, and just super profit. Like, I'm actually thinking about doing a Thorns Rancor build. This sounds actually really neat. Especially considering that if you have Thorns on your Blind Demon, you could also potentially have a minion with some pretty good modifiers for your summons, and then your mercenary, and then you could also run maybe 2 Goatmen or something alongside to get even more Thorns bonuses. Could be interesting. I'm also kind of interested in Defiler, maybe with the Rancor, because that could be kind of an interesting thing. If the Defiler transfers the Thorns damage to the other monsters, that could be kind of fun. Maybe like the optimal play is just to run like a really good Vine Demon with 2 Defilers, and then just have everything get murdered all at the same time from the Thorns damage, and then just Rancor the group. Blind Demon though, Blind Demon, I don't know. We need that's a question mark. I guess we need to put a question mark on Blind Demon because I don't know how good that is. I don't know how hard it is going to be to get a Blind Demon. They also nerfed the Blind Demon's HP. I don't know. Jules said, what is the best Mirrored Blades build for melee weapons? I didn't study the skill. That's the beautiful thing. There's like 1,000 really good weapons for mirrored blades. I tested out all sorts of stuff. I tested out like Crescent Moon in a pole arm, and that was amazing. I tested out like I'm trying to think of like all the options. You can test out like a death and an axe. That's really good. It's actually pretty easy to hit the maximum breakpoint too, especially since you can get fanaticism from your Bind Demon. You can easily hit the breakpoint. You can do proc builds. Yeah, you can do proc builds with like a rift. You can do all sorts of crazy builds that have to do with just like proccing massive effects. I think Leon was playing around with the destruction.
Yeah, it's very flexible. You can lean into elements. You can lean into magic, lean into fizz.
You can go with the bow. You can do all sorts of cool stuff. There's a lot of good ways that you can build mirrored blades. It is not a single skill that only does a single thing. It is melee, it is ranged, it is good crushing blow, it is good proccing effects, it is really good physical damage, and can also be really good elemental damage. And the beauty of it is it's only 20 points. At the end of the day, Mirrored Blades is literally a 20-point skill, which you can then do whatever you else want with it. If you want to do hexes, you can do hexes. If you want to do, like physical damage, you can do physical damage. In fact, we actually were theory crafting like an exceptionally crazy like physical damage bow build, which would probably be insane. There's also really good elemental, lightning, fire, and ice. You can also potentially even just build a character that kind of does like all three, like all elements. Like you could have a bunch of different procs of like different elements and also do magic damage and do physical damage all at the same time and just not worry about any Thunder Charms. You can just do like a full multi-spectral build and just murder everything. Yeah, basically sort of like Vengeance. Exactly. Any other builds that survive and do just fine? I mean, we got a Pock, mirrored. I mean, you could even do like, I could even separate these into subsections. We could do melee mirrored, and we could do ranged mirrored. And then you could also do cleave. Cleave, I don't really think is an ability that you use by itself. I think cleave is a nice ability. I think it works good. But I do think that the problem with cleave is that it's not really, I think, ever meant to be used by itself. I think you're supposed to pair it together with something else. That way, like, whenever you're surrounded with a large group of monsters, I think cleave is the obvious choice to do massive amounts of damage, right? If you're surrounded by, like, 20 monsters and you use cleave, you hit all 20 monsters. Whereas if you're surrounded by monsters and you use mirrored blades, even if you're using ranged mirrored blades, you can only hit 30 monsters total, and only if those monsters are in a straight line. Whereas with cleave, you can hit every monster around you in a circle, and it works exceptionally well for proccing builds. Mirrored blades is really good for single target proc, and cleave is exceptionally better for AoE proc. So if you're trying to do any kind of proc build, cleave is just absolutely insane when you're surrounded by monsters. You basically just stand in the middle of a pack, you cleave everything around you, and you get a proc chance for every single monster within range. And it's actually kind of insane. I played around with it for a little while on some test characters. I might still have my test character here. Let me see. And basically when you go out and you cleave, you hit everything. Let's go offline. Oh, of course I have this is my solo self-found character. So that does not help us at all. Do I even have a proc character that I can show off? I'm trying to think if I have, like, this is my proc lock, but, Yeah, we can try the Procolock. It's not really going to be as dramatic as my test character, but does he even have any equipment? He's naked. I stole all his stuff. He has no torch. He has no Annie. Of course. I was sharing a lot of equipment this season. I made quite a few Warlocks. There's the Crescent Moon and the Thresher. And I was also using an Authority at some point. I had the Mist Bow, which is also really good on the Bowlock. A very good weapon for the Bowlock. If you're planning to make a Bowlock, this is, I think, one of the best weapons that you could use for the Bowlock, because it gives you 100% piercing, it gives you concentration aura, it gives you 40 freaking all res, which is like absolutely dirty, and then not only that, but it's +3 skills, which is insane too, and across the board, it's just like a really good option for pretty much any of the Bowlocks. It's expensive, obviously, because it's got a Cham rune, and it also has a Gull rune in it, but worth it, honestly. And the crazy thing with the Bowlock is you can just get away with a Buriza. Like, Buriza Do Canyon is actually a solid budget item for this build as well, because it also has 100% piercing. If they're limiting two-handers to only books as shields, I hope they make new rune words. Why? Like, none of the books, none of the shield options were really better than the books. Like, I said it earlier when we were going over the changes. None of the shield options were better than the books. Like, it just never was. Like, Phoenix was an okay option for the melee version, but it had no plus to skills. You were probably better off with a really good plus to skill book with good damage and a socket and putting in like an enhanced damage jewel or like whatever else you were going to throw in there. The books were probably a better option anyway in those scenarios. Like, there's like a crappy roll Diabolos was a really good book over pretty much anything else you could put in there, and there were a lot better books than Diabolos anyway. Like, there's the freaking there's the Mephistopheles book, which is like absolutely insane. I think I have one of those on my main lock. Where's my main lock? I think it was Hexlock. Like, I said this when the game launched. Like, I was talking to people and they were like, "Oh, I'm gonna use a Spirit Shield and I'm gonna use a Phoenix Shield and I'm gonna use this shield," and I'm like, "Why don't you just use a book?" They're like, "Why would I do that?" I'm like, "Because the books are OP, that's why." And they're like, "No, but it's not better than a Spirit Shield," and I'm like, "Yes, it is better than a Spirit Shield." I'm like, what world is like +6 to skills not better than a Spirit Shield that's only +2? Are there even any one-handers worth using with a shield? I mean, it depends on what you're trying to do. There's probably some one-handers that would work. You were hoping for variety? I mean, honestly, like, I don't even understand why they took the shields off. That's why I changed the patch note to say, we made your character stronger by forcing you to use the better items. Because that's pretty much all they did. They just made your character stronger. Do I have, like, no characters that are actually built and functional? Like, I think the only character I have that's built and functional right now is, like, Quantum Leap and Godzilla. Like, everything else has been stolen from, pilfered. Like, the walls of an ancient city coated in gold, and the little evil monsters come and, like, steal all your gold. I made this character, by the way, literally to kind of, like, say to myself, like, is the Warlock really that strong? And I kind of just ran around murdering everything with this freaking ridiculous Godzilla. And I can't really reliably say that the Warlock was even really that much stronger than, like, endgame builds. I think the only thing the Warlock had over a lot of the characters was that it was easier early on. Because Echoing Strike was, like, super powerful at a low level. And then as you got your character into the higher tiers, like, all the other characters kind of caught up with you. But, I don't know. I think now the Warlock might be more in line with the other characters for sure. It'll be raining heralds. No point in playing hardcore. Yeah. I mean,
Might be.
they basically said 2 heralds per terror zone. Two heralds per terror zone was their kind of like, well, 1 to 2. They did say like 1 to 2, not 2. It was right here. The intent is for players to have a very high chance of seeing both a tier 1 and a tier 2 herald in a single terrorized zone. That is the exact quote. The one thing I found super OP was Bind Demon with trash gear. It would tank all the incoming hell damage. Yeah, it's not going to do that anymore because of this line right here. Where is it? Right here. So I don't think they're tanking much of anything anymore. I mean, they're still going to be able to tank the damage, but their HP pool is going to be so much lower that there's going to be a very high possibility that they end up dying. We'll have to see what these HP caps are, but I would assume that they're probably more in line with like a Necromancer Golem.
Well, has no one ever used like a Valkyrie? Has no one ever used the assassin thing? Like I've used both of those to tank for me early on when I was weak.
Yeah,
You can have things tank for you in other classes.
Yeah, I don't really understand people's. I like the Bind Demon. Don't get me wrong. Let me preface this by saying I like the Bind Demon, and I think it's a really cool feature. But like some people get really, really, really excited, and they're like, "It's the most overpowered broken thing that ever existed in all time and space," and I don't really see it. Like the Valkyrie was just as tanky, if not tankier, than the Bind Demon. Now, granted, you did have to put some points into the Valkyrie to get her to that tankiness, but you can also just resummon her whenever she dies. The assassin one is not quite as tanky as the Valkyrie, but she's still, again, you can just resummon her when she dies. The golems, like the Necromancer golems, absolutely tanky, like the clay golem and mainly the clay golem, but the clay golem is so tanky, and you can also resummon it when it dies. Like, I don't really see the tankiness of the Bind Demon being so much higher and so much greater than the other choices. Blood Oath is broken. I agree. I agree. Blood Oath is really powerful. It's definitely a powerful ability. It's very similar to Summon Resistance. I mean, them making the demon harder to get, by the way, kind of compounds an issue. So for those of you who have used a bound demon before, you guys know what I'm talking about, okay? What happens when you lose your bind demon? It's a chore to go get another one that has the right modifiers and the right aura and the right doojanks, right? Well, if they make it harder to get the demon, make it easier for the demon to die, when you lose your demon, you're going to be even more upset, right? It's going to be more of an issue than it is now. So you're going to be more upset when your demon dies because you're going to have to spend more time trying to get the right one. It's going to be harder to get the right one. It's going to be easier to get killed, so you're going to have to probably, be Johnny on the spot with the heals more often. You might be more active in like teleporting them away when they're about to die, which was probably going to be a pretty big deal as well. I think that what they've done with the Bind Demon is they've left the Bind Demon in. The Bind Demon's still going to be strong, but they've amplified essentially the negative aspect of them, which is that when you lose one, it's a big deal. It's similar to the Iron Golem, right? If you make the Iron Golem out of something really good and you lose the Iron Golem, it sucks. And then you have to find a replacement for that. Like if you were stupid enough to make it out of like an Infinity or something, and you lose your Infinity Iron Golem, then that's sad, right? You lost your Infinity Iron Golem, now you gotta like freaking refarm a Burist. And that's a pain in the butt. And it's not as painful as that, but you're still gonna have to refarm like a perfect minion, which might take you a while.
Someone should make a montage of all the streamers consuming their bound demon by accident.
Oh my god. Dude, my bind demon would literally like bodyguard suicide into the freaking circle where I'm consuming. Oh my god. I can't count how many times I'm like, okay, summon my defiler, consume, and then the boy's like, no, and like jumps in the way of the click, and I'm like, why are you such a frickin'? Try Tainted seems like it's going to be pretty powerful, but it's also one of those builds that, like, it's fire damage, so you're going to have trouble with immunes. You're going to need a Sunder. Or at least some way to break the fire immunity, otherwise it's not going to work very well. It's going to be powerful, but I don't know if it's going to be, like, GG early on before you get, like, the best pieces of equipment. I mean, I'm kind of disappointed in these patch notes for one reason. I don't know about you guys, but I'm a bit disappointed in these patch notes for one very powerful reason. Can you guys guess?
No buffs to Druid.
There's nothing in here about any other class other than Warlock. Like, where's the like balance changes for like the Druid, which desperately needs it? Where's where's the like love to the Whirlwind Barbarian that desperately needs it? Where's the like they didn't touch anything else. Like, they didn't touch nothing. It's just Warlock. And it's just Warlock buffs and nerfs. Mainly good changes. I think a lot of people are fine with most of the changes that they made. I mean, there's a lot of people who heavily invested into Echoing Strike that are probably pulling their hair out, but then again, it's like the end of the end of the season, who cares? I mean, at a certain point, like when you get to the end of a season, nobody cares about nerfs. They're like, okay, I'll just fix it next season. Like, okay, next season I'll just play something else. Like, whoopity-doo.
I think more games need to start making balance changes towards the end of the season, and lots of them, because what happens is they make them once per season, and then they're like, oh no, we can't touch it again until next season. You get a change like every 3-4 months, and then nothing ever gets balanced because they're afraid to make the changes. These things need constant testing. You need a balance test. It needs to be a back and forth thing.
I mean, the one change I would really like them to see is just the Barbarian. The Barbarian needs the most love, I think, out of every character. If it wasn't for Find Item, like if you take Find Item off the Barbarian, I effectively think the Barbarian is like the worst class in the game. He's not the best melee. He's not the best ranged. He's not the best summoner. He's not even the best buffer, to be perfectly honest. Without Find Item, the Barbarian has nothing. He's got nothing. I would really like them to touch up the Barbarian a little bit. And quite honestly, like, I'd like them to balance the Barbarian to make it into a playable class, and maybe even like create an item that has Find Item on it, because Find Item is not something that should be restricted only to the Barbarian, and the Barbarian shouldn't be a one-trick pony that only anybody wants to play just simply because it has Find Item. Like, it's one of those things that like shouldn't be locked to one character, in my opinion, and on top of that, like, shouldn't be the only reason why you play the Barbarian.
As muscles and strength isn't used for wielding weapons, Ginger. It's for going through the monsters. Taco Bells.
I mean, Barbarian's fundamental issues come down to the fact that, like, he's just designed poorly. Like, all those masteries, why are there so many masteries? Just squash them. Flat. Just boom. All the masteries into one. Who cares? Just put every single mastery into one mastery, and then just let him put 20 points into the mastery. Like, there's no reason why the master of all weapons needs to choose which weapon he's using. Like, what is with that? Just weapon mastery. Just done. Include bows. Include crossbows. Include everything. Like, he is the master of all weapons. Give him freaking bonuses to everything. Staves, throwing weapons, like freaking crossbows, bows. Like, it doesn't matter. If it's a weapon, he uses it. Like, who cares? Like, just squash them all down. That way the barbarian doesn't have to choose what weapon he wants to use, and he can actually just pick up any weapon off the ground. Like, it really sucks on the barbarian when you're running along and something cool drops, and you're like, oh, look, it's an IK maul, but I'm a sword barb. Like, I guess I can't use that. I mean, yeah, bows too. I don't care. Let the barbarian use bows. He's the master of weapons. What does the master of weapons mean if he can't use freaking weapons? And then, honestly, give him some bow options as well. Like, allow some of his abilities to work with bows. He doesn't have to be the best bow character, like, but just give him some options. He's supposed to be the master of options. If you're the master of weapons, you're the master of options. You have unlimited options. You can pull in, like, two-handed sword. That spear. Okay. You know what? Screw that. Flanged mace. Let's go, boys. The flange mace in there. Just crush flange him right in the face. And you know what would be really cool? Give him a two-handed bonus for you wielding one-handed weapons. Why not? They're the master of weapons. Why can't they, like, take a flanged mace that's a one-handed weapon and wield it in two? Why not? Let them do it. They're the master of weapons. That means they can wield one-handers in two hands, and they can wield two-handers in one hand. Just let them have fun with it. I mean, it's exciting, though. I will say that it's exciting that we've actually got a public test realm again. I mean, it wasn't too long ago, like maybe about 3 months ago, everybody was like, guess Diablo 2's never getting another update. I guess we'll just go to our graves. Never getting another update ever. Guess they're just gonna let the game die. And now here we are like 3 months later, and we've got a public test realm again. So it's exciting to actually see a public test realm again that we like thought was never going to happen.
Where are these devs? Do they keep them in like the same basement where the stapler guy is?
We forgot to pay him. We didn't even know he was getting paid. It was a clerical error. So did you fire him? No, we just fixed the error. We still have a D2 dev? Well, we didn't mean to. Somehow he just kind of was still here, and we were paying him.
They let him out for that one video, like the announcement video, and they went like, "No, you're back in the basement."
Back in the basement with you. Excuse me, that's my stapler. I mean, don't burn the building down getting it. This one right here blew me away right here. I don't know if you guys saw this one. Updated Warlock health potion effectiveness from 100 to 150. Boys, I was doing a solo self-found run, and I was like trying to kill the Ubers and stuff, and I'm sitting there, like the Ubers would hit me down to like 0 HP, and I'd run off, and I'd like tap like 7 potions, and I'd try to heal myself, and the healing rate of the potions was so slow, and I'm like, this can't be reality. I mean, there is something wrong with the Warlock and his ability to use healing potions, because the healing potions do nothing for him. Like, I don't know what's going on, but you can chug like 17 of these dang things, and it goes up like, it's like tiny little increments. Let me actually go hop onto my single player character real quick and show you this. I just finished my solo self-found run, by the way. It was pretty good. I managed to kill P1 Ubers just fine. There was no problem. P8 Ubers was a little out of his league, though. There's just too much HP there. But like, for instance, let me go get myself beat down real quick. And then I'm going to chug some potions here. Let me get some regular potions. So here, I'm going to fill up on regular potions. And I want to show you guys this because it's crazy. Like, it's crazy how slow his HP actually regenerates comparatively to, like, another character. Let me see if I can actually get beat down here. Alright, here we go. So, I'm going to go stand in town, and we're just going to chug potions, okay? So, look at my HP, right? Chug, 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 chug. Look at how slow his HP regenerates. Look at how slow that is! Tell me that's not slow. Right, and I was dealing with this my whole solo self-found run, and I was like, am I crazy, or does the Warlock have the slowest potion heal out of any character in the game? It's like 30 seconds to, like, full heal your character if you have, like, 2k or 3k HP. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. And then the patch notes come out and confirm my suspicions that the Warlock did indeed have the slowest potion heal out of any character in the game. And I'm like, holy crap, his potion heal is so bad. I'm actually really glad to see this because his potion heal is atrocious.
What is the potion formula? Doesn't it scale too with like vitality points?
Well, you can crit. You can crit a potion. So like you can get extra healing if you crit the potion, and the vitality acts as like crit for that. So you can get like a double potion or whatever. So it goes from like 320 to like 640 or something. I think it's time to give Cody a Turkum stick. All right, we got to ask Cody what he thinks about the patch notes. Okay, you ready, Cody? All right. I'm not exactly sure. What do you think about the Echoing Strike? Oh, you hate it? Okay. What do you think about the Bind Demon? Oh, dang, he hates the Bind Demon one. Dang. It's so fun messing with him. He's such a big dog. Look how big his head is. His head's bigger than mine. Look at this freaking monster-sized head. And he looks like a moo cow, too. He's black and white like a cow. He's literally black and white like a moo cow. He says so. He says, he's like, I got some brindle. He's got brindle markings all over his face. He's got the kind of like the little tan markings. He said, I am being used for cuteness and props. Yes, but you got paid, though. You got paid in beef and Turkum sticks. Yeah, that's your pay for being cute on the camera. He said, well, I didn't get paid enough, so I'm going back over here. I use strictly rejuvenation. I mean, rejuvenation is nice, but it's not... rejuvenation alone is not enough. Any professional player, any elite player will tell you that rejuvenations are not enough alone. You need regular potions too, especially when you get poisoned or you have like some sort of like effect that's constantly taking huge amounts of your HP away. It's always nice to have like an additional heal on top of the juvies. Juvies are amazing, they're absolutely great, but they're not the only potion that you want to be carrying. Especially mana and as well, because like if you have a mana burn monster and you use a juvie, it refills your mana and then he takes it all away again. Whereas the regular potions, for instance, like if you're in a game and you get hit with like mana burn, for instance, or you get hit with a poison, like you want something that's going to counteract that without immediately getting completely taken away. So like mana potions and health potions are good to have in addition to juvies. You always want juvies and you always want mana, health, and potions. You want them all together, basically. You want all three. I thought Nova was trash because I was using mana potions wrong for years. I mean, yeah. I had a guy recently try to tell me that damage taken goes to mana. This stat right here was like the worst stat in the game and that nobody ever used it. And I'm like, buddy, damage taken goes to mana is one of the best stats in the game for like just about any melee character. Even ranged characters get halfway decent use out of it. And like even spellcasters can get really decent use out of it. Because like if you're in there and you're getting hit, like Hurricane Druids, Nova Sorceresses, like a couple other builds that like are up in your face casters, like damage taken goes to mana is amazing. I honestly like really doubt that the person who said that this is bad has ever really played the game anything more than superficially, because damage taken goes to mana is amazing to include in just about any build. Like my smiter, for instance, absolutely always has like 10 to 15% damage taken goes to mana somewhere. I squeeze it in somewhere somehow because it basically prevents me from ever having to worry about mana. What are you listening to, Cody? I saw you look over there. What is it? There's a monster. Go get him. Go beat him up. Why you just gonna look? He heard something over in the corner of the room. He's like, what is it? What is it, Cody? Did you get it? Bite him. You don't even get nothing. That's what is it? You're supposed to be the guard dog. You get paid for that. It's just damage taken goes mana is really good in general. I used it to kill Ubers earlier. I was having trouble with mana and like put some DTMG in the build and was done. Never any more mana problems. Like all my mana problems disappeared as soon as I added 15% DTMG. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, 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 mm. I'm really so curious about this. I don't know whether the herald changes are going to have the effect that they want. I feel like they went too far with it. I don't know. Like 1 to 2 heralds per terror zone, increasing the drop rate so that tier 2 heralds have a really good chance of dropping. Well, it didn't really specifically say really good chance, but they said the bonus chance starts at tier 2, not tier 4. So even from tier 2, you have a higher percent chance of getting Asunder. And then even from there, like they're like, okay, you're gonna get way more heralds. And then even from there, they're
It's
like, oh,
global.
like you can also just find them globally. I don't like this change though, because I feel like the problem with this change is it takes the because terror zones are endgame, they're endgame, and like what this does is it kind of like pushes the Sunder Charms out of endgame and into the regular world, because you could be fighting something in the regular world and find one. But then again, we don't know what the TC class is. So like, if these latent Sunder Charms are a really high TC class, then they're still only going to drop in endgame areas anyway. Like, assuming that there may be even like TC-87 items, then that means that like the earliest you'll be able to ever find one is like
Mausoleum
the
is
pit. I think it's the pit.
What's pit?
Yeah, pit is 85. So that would be right before. Actually, is Mausoleum 85?
I think you can get monarchs in Mausoleum. I forget.
I mean, I don't think anybody's ever asked the question because they come from Terror Zones of what the TC class of Sunder Charms is. Is there any information on that? I mean, and even then, like, we only know the information for the previous Sunder Charms. We don't even know the information for the latent Sunder Charms, which probably have a different TC class.
Mausoleum's 85. Apparently, Underground Passage Level 2 has 85 in it somehow.
According to this, it says that the Sunder Charms were always a specialized hidden treasure class assigned specifically to champions, super uniques, and bosses.
If there's no treasure class specified,
I mean, there's got to be a treasure class. They can't just like not have a treasure class. They're going to be dropping everywhere. Like if you had no treasure class, if there's no TC class on them and they just drop everywhere, then like
just farm them in normal.
what are you gonna do? Just farm them in like normal difficulty or something?
Much magic find as you can.
Just put on like 2 gold daggers on a barbarian and start horking all the flares, all the fallen in Bloodmore. Oh, got us under charm, guys. I mean, they do have a level requirement, and level requirement isn't usually indicative of their TC class, but they are a level 75 requirement, which could potentially mean that they are a higher TC class. Yeah, did you notice that? Yeah, that other one. Lion's talking about this other line right here. It says that if if the increased chance to drop a latent Sunder Charm from Herald fails to drop a latent Sunder, there is instead an increased chance of dropping something desirable instead, like a charm or an amulet. So, like, we're going to see a whole bunch more charms or amulets dropping from these heralds, which means an uptick in, what, Maras and High Lord's Rafts and, I guess, various other amulets that could potentially be useful.
Well, but what does it mean to
Got
fail?
rock.
Is that like a magic find failing? Like you already found the unique? Is that like getting the extra durability on something? Like what does that part mean?
I don't know
Fails to drop.
Some of these mechanics that they inserted into the game were not in the game originally, so they did not exist within the game. Like when they originally added Sunder Charms, they actually borked the entire thing and like screwed it up. There was a guy I talked to like during the original launch of the Sunder Charms, and he was talking about how they inserted it into the table weird, and it basically made this like loophole where it was like always dropping a charm. And then because of the way that they did it, he's like, there's like a 50% chance that the charm will drop, and then there's like a 50% chance that it will be a Sunder. He's like, and that's why it keeps dropping Sunder Charms like over and over and over again. So I don't really know how they're inserting this into the table. Like, I don't know how they're inserting this into the table, and I don't know how they're inserting this into the table. I mean, if this is just a normal Sunder Charm, like a normal drop chance, then I would not expect to find these very often. It's probably going to be a rare, localized chance. Whereas this one is probably some sort of like insertion of a specific drop into the table, which means it's going to happen a lot. Used to get like 17 heralds per full game. Yeah, expect to get like hundreds of heralds per full game.
Yep.
Let's get a listing here. Let me see if I can just ask this question. So, how many individual zones, including level 1, level 2, etc., are there in Diablo 2 Resurrected? There are over 130 distinct areas across the 5 acts. So let's just roll with that number. According to this is just an AI response. It says 25 areas in Act 1, Act 2 is 25, Act 3 is 30, Act 4 is 10, which makes sense because it's small. Act 4 is 40. So, like, if there's 130 areas and we're expected to get anywhere between 1 to possibly even 3, it says 2, but, like, we could get 1 to 3, right? So let's just average it out to 2. And let's say that we get 130 areas times 2. That's like 260 heralds in a single game. Kind of insane. Sounds like we're going to be right back to where we started. I know they have this line right here that says, while still keeping the charms rarer than pre-reign of the Warlock drop rates. Even though they have this here at 260 heralds a game, I'm calling BS. I'm calling BS.
I can't wait to see this change because, like, what is that going to do to general loot too? Because the heralds can drop some good items.
Yeah, they really can. They really have really good drop rates for a lot of crazy items. I mean, we got that one that was what? The Storm Shield and the Spirit Ward Shield. And then we got like another drop where it was like 2 or 3 crazy items in a row. Like we keep seeing these like crazy herald drops where it's like a bunch of crazy items that shouldn't be dropping together. Like you know how rare a Griffin's Eye Diadem is, right? Can you imagine seeing a Griffin's Eye Diadem and like a Wind Force drop at the same time? Like that's the kind of crazy stuff that was happening.
Certainty of death, small chance of success. What are we waiting for?
I mean, I'm not mad at there being more heralds. I think they need to slightly nerf those like crazy drops that they provide, because like their drops are crazy. But like I like the fact that there's more heralds. Although somebody in hardcore already commented, they're like, well, no reason playing hardcore anymore. Like with that many heralds, I'm gonna be dead in 2 minutes.
Oh, they don't have to do TZ zones. They could be like every other hardcore player and just play scared.
I mean, they could just, if they see a herald spawn, they could just immediately leave. But then again, there was this line up here that said that heralds now spawn and hunt players immediately upon killing any monster in a terror zone. So basically, I think they took away the ire. So the ire is no longer there. So you're not going to have a warning.
Yeah, it's just gonna be instant now, that's a better change.
I didn't really like the whole ire and then herald thing. I don't know. It was kind of weird. Like, oh yeah, you drew the ire. Okay, let's hunt monsters for the next like 20 minutes trying to get the the herald to spawn. I mean, it was cool in that you knew you had a herald, right? If you got ire, you knew you had a herald. You just had to go kill monsters until you got it. But like, I didn't necessarily like the fact that like the ire was the prerequisite to get the herald, and then you got the herald, and then I don't know. It was kind of weird.
I mean, it's interesting that it has the ramping chance. It's interesting as well that it says any monster in a terror zone. So because before I believe it was just uniques and elites and stuff that gave Herald ire at all. Now it's like, I guess, a random skeleton counts.
I mean, I always thought the regular monsters counted. I just thought it was a much lower chance. It seemed to me like the regular monsters had maybe like a 0.1% chance, and the champions were probably like a 0.5, and then like the elites were like a 1% chance or something. Like it really didn't seem like like anything was really excluded from it. More so that it was just a lot rarer to get a proc from the regular trash mobs. And then there was also like the crazy stuff that was going on where like, I don't know if you guys have done this before, but like you're in a terror zone and you click on a monster shrine, which spawns a champion or an elite by turning one of the regular monsters into a champion or elite, right? And then it would give an ire, or it would spawn a herald from clicking on the monster shrine. So you didn't actually kill anything. You would just click on the monster shrine and bam, ire. And I could never explain that one either. I don't know why the hell the monster shrine would cause it. Also, why did just simply joining a zone? Why did just simply zoning in cause an ire or herald? Never really figured that one out either. We had that happen tons, Tatsumi. Like all the time. Like I could literally ask like everybody in the kinship. We've all had it happen at least once. You literally just walk into a zone, instant ire. Monster shrine, instant ire. Yeah, but here's the thing though, like we tested that too. So we did a test and we were like, okay, well maybe the spawning in of the monster is causing it. So maybe when you go into the zone, you're like activating the monsters around the waypoint, and then that's giving you an effect. But the thing is we tested it with a sorceress. So we had Ellimist, Ellimist isn't here today, but we had Ellimist teleport through a zone, like the whole game. We literally terrorized like a whole game, and then we had Ellimist just teleport through the zones. And we did not get a single ire or a single herald, nothing. He just teleported through every single zone, didn't kill anything, just telly all the way through. And we must have done like 20, 30 zones and never got a single ire or herald. So spawning in the monsters doesn't seem to cause it. Like just spawning them in does nothing. Which doesn't even make any sense. So why does entering a zone cause a herald proc? It didn't make any sense. It never made any sense. Same thing as clicking on the monster shrine causing a herald proc. That didn't make any sense either. Why would converting a white monster into a rare monster or a white monster into a champion monster, why would that proc a herald? It didn't make any sense. None of it made any sense, to be perfectly honest. Like it didn't seem to like actually make sense in the code what was happening. We were just like throwing spaghetti at the wall trying to figure out what the hell was going on. I mean, we know for a fact that fast teleporting does activate the monsters because that's literally the basis for Chaos Sanctuary teleport seal popping. So what you do in Chaos Sanctuary is You activate all the seals except for the last one. You don't kill any monsters. And then if you activate the last seal, it only kills the monsters in your direct vicinity and then drops monsters on the ground. It kills everything technically, but only the monsters in your direct vicinity drop any items. Well, the seal popping method is you take the sorceress and you teleport around the map really quick and you activate all the monsters and then you click the seal, which causes all the monsters to drop items in the entire Chaos Sanctuary, which is basically the whole seal popping method. So you basically then teleport around and gather up all the items, right? So, like, we know for a fact that teleporting around really quickly activates the monsters because the seal popping in Chaos Sanctuary tells us that. Yes, we all understood that killing elites and champions was the way to cause that to happen, Tatsumi. What we're saying is that in addition to killing elites and champions, we have noticed as a, like, community that entering a zone can cause it, clicking on a monster shrine can cause it, and I swear I've seen it happen from killing white monsters as well. It seems to be extremely rare, but it definitely seemed to draw ire sometimes when I was killing just like white random monsters. Is the monster shrine technically an attack? You know, I don't really know how it works. I mean, all I know is it takes a monster that's nearby, converts it into an elite. That's all I know. It doesn't, maybe it kills it. Maybe it kills the white monster. Maybe, you know, in our heads we see it as like a replacement where it just like upgrades a monster or whatever. But maybe in reality it like just deletes that monster and then spawns a new one. And maybe that's why it's like causing the herald to happen, because it's actually killing the monster and then spawning a new one in its place, which could be the case. I don't know exactly how the monster shrine is coded. Well, the annoying part was how inconsistent the triggers are. Well, yeah, it's apparently we're going to get 1 to 2 every single terror zone. It's written right here. Apparently 1 to 2 per terror zone is what we're going to be able to see at this point. Which if that holds true, I would assume that we're going to see somewhere around like 240 for like a full game, or like 260 for a full game. You will see heralds popping out of every orifice of every hole. And this is scary too. Like, you're not, if you're not scared, you should be scared, because some of these heralds are just terrorizers.
It's gonna be action packed. I'll tell you that. It'll be very action packed.
Like, there's like some of them are bad. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Some of them are terrible. But when you get like a tier 5 Gloam Herald and that thing starts running around murdering everybody, oh
Yeah,
man!
Tier 5 Gloam Herald with thorns and immune to physical.
Well, the immune to physical kind of like cancels out the thorns. Dude, we had a couple Gloam Heralds just murder everybody. We had some Beetle Heralds, like tier 5 Beetle Heralds, that just absolutely murdered everybody.
It's a PTR, install the whole game. Do I have to install this PTR right now? Install.
Well, the ire's gone. Kakita Rinsei. The ire's gone. They took the ire away. That patch note is right here. So the ire is no longer in the game. Like, I don't even think we're gonna see the ire anymore. It's instantaneous. So it's just, you proc the herald, he's there.
That's part of the reason why we're going to see way more. That change plus the change, any monster. You add those two changes together, you're going to see way more of them. And the ramping. There's a ramping effect. Like the percent goes up every monster you kill.
I mean, I like the changes. I mean, I want to see what they are. I want to actually experience them. But
We got to fail them. A lot of things you have to fail.
I don't see any of the changes really as negative, except for the miasma. I think the miasma changes are heavy-handed. I don't really know what they're trying to do there. The miasma stuff is, I think, the only real like casualty of this. Echoing Strike I saw coming a mile away. I didn't expect them to bury it in the dirt 7 miles deep, but I have a feeling we'll see some of the nerfs to Echoing Strike get rolled back. Some of them.
Do you not agree it will be like absolute peak if you log into the PTR, you throw one echoing strike and the weapon breaks on top of all the changes? Like that would just be glorious.
Instant broken. I mean, that would basically force you to use only like Zotted ethereal weapons, essentially, or indestructible weapons. You would go straight to the indestructible.
PTR is installed.
Oh yeah, it's probably downloadable right now. Actually, yeah. Now that you mention it.
The version's definitely old, but I didn't have it installed at all, so might as well have it baseline.
Well, let me go check. I'm gonna go check on mine. Let's see. Public test realm. Not installed anymore. I must have deleted it. I mean, it makes sense because I probably didn't think I was ever going to need it again since I thought the public test realms were all done. What hard drive has the most space? God, they're all so full. Why are they all so full? Wait, did I delete Crimson Desert? I don't know if I deleted Crimson Desert. Let's go delete that. Where are you, Crimson Desert? It's that stinky game. The only good thing about that game is I got my money back. That's the only good thing about that game. Well, you know how we always have these conversations, Leon, about like how MMOs just kind of turned for the worse, and only the old MMOs are really only that great. Like Crimson Desert is like, what if they took everything terrible about an MMO and turned it into a single player game? It's like, wouldn't it?
100%.
Steam. What is it? Steam apps, common. I don't know why they always like bury stuff like that. There we go. Delete Crimson Desert. Thank you. All right. Do I have enough space now? I might have to actually empty my recycling bin. Boom. Yes. Okay, good. I've got enough space. Let's see. What is it? Currently S. Why do you not work? Must install. Boom. There we go. Did they even fix the Witch Doctor exploit? What? What game are you playing? You playing Diablo 3? What, you don't like the WWE wrestling moves on the monsters that have no HP and that literally you don't even need to do that to? Like, oh look, I can swing my weapon and like 700 monsters die at the same time. Oh wait, there's 700 more coming. Hold on, let me bust out my WWE moves on this one monster. Somebody was like, this is the most amazing thing ever. And I'm like, the monsters are so weak you could fart on them and they fall down. Like, why do you need to do WWE moves on them? I mean, yeah, it's kind of cool, but like completely and utterly useless when you can literally just like swing your sword and like the whole pack of monsters just instantly falls down. I mean, even if they reverse some of the nerfs to Echoing Strike, Lil Megs, even if they remove some of them, because there's currently what 6 nerfs to Echoing Strike.
Minimum.
Even if they remove some, it's never gonna be the most amazing ability. Cooley has a video. You can basically hork a corpse after the lock leaves the game. Yeah, I think they already they hotfixed that a while ago.
That was April 2nd. They fixed it.
Yeah, that was like one of the first things that they weren't gonna leave that in the game. That's too broken. Especially since you could have like 7 of them and you could just have them like constantly joining and leaving the game, creating corpses, and you could just have the barbarian like with like some tape over his item find button. I freaking downloaded the public test round fast. Pinch, I'm gonna pinch the Cody. Pinchums, oh no. Oh no, pinchums. Oh no. Gonna get the pinchums. Gonna get the pinchums. So we went somewhere today. We were having a fun little like late Easter because there was like some problems on Easter, so we couldn't go. And Cody was in the bedroom by himself. I forgot I left my bowl of popcorn in there. I had like a half-eaten bowl of popcorn. It was a pretty big bowl. And like when I got home, Cody was like super thirsty for some reason, and I was like, "Oh man, he's really thirsty." And then I go into the bedroom and realize the whole bowl of popcorn is gone. I'm like, "Yeah, no wonder you're thirsty. You ate an entire bowl of popcorn by yourself." That does tend to make one thirstums. I'm kind of disappointed they didn't really do anything with the colossal ancients. It is a topic that we can kind of discuss here. Like, has anybody ever had trouble with the colossal ancients? They're probably the weakest things I've ever seen in my life. I don't know what's going on with the colossal ancients. Like half the time you have to try hard not to kill them in the wrong order because killing them in a certain order gives you like your chance of the thing. Like I don't understand why they didn't buff these guys up. Like what is going on? Do they really think that the colossal ancients are fine the way they are? Like they're the weakest things I've ever seen. They, at the very least,
give you anyway.
they give you the new jewels, the new like
Oh,
negative 10% plus 10% like resistance jewels. They're really good.
That's the hardest part is not accidentally killing the one you want to kill last. If you
Well,
accidentally kill, I don't get my fast.
This is the colossal ancients right here. This is all they did. They increased the resistances from 50 to 75 on their magic resistance, and then apparently they buffed Talix damage a little bit, which I guess think he was like the most dangerous one anyway.
I mean, what I will say is we might be fighting them when we're under Garrett finally because they can drop the parts and non-TZ bosses, and the parts should be way more common.
Oh, so we might actually be fighting them when they're actually difficult.
Yeah. I think that was part of the problem too, is you go in there, by the time you got all the pieces, you're ready a couple days in, you already have really good gear, a lot of plus of skills.
But WASD skills, boys.
Yeah, he was 97 before he went to fight the Ancient.
Wait, what? Hmm. Man, I ran up here when I saw the patch notes. I was like, yes! I'm such a nerd. I get
How
excited.
many? You should be. It's content for your main, your main squeeze.
My main squeeze. Magic resist going up to 75% is a nerf to magic characters, sure. What does that do against like
Everyone else
physical
that-
damage mirrored blades or physical damage cleave or bowlocks, or what does it do against like smite
Fire.
paladins, fire characters, lightning characters, ice characters, like poison characters? Like, I'm not trying to be like negative Nancy here, but sure, they got a buff to one element, and that buff to that one element might be kind of crazy against those specific characters that use that specific element, if they're not already like decked out in negative resistance equipment. But like, what about all the other characters that were absolutely mollywopping them? Just mollywopping them out of existence. Like, you think a smiter has any trouble with the ancients? Like, he probably goes in there, picks a target, starts smiting it down, it's dead. Like, who cares? Moves on to the next one. Like, probably barely even blinks. There might be a couple characters that have trouble with the ancients, but they're usually characters that always have trouble with bosses. It sucks for the Abyss lock. I hate that they are nerfing Abyss. They didn't really nerf Abyss. I don't think they did anything to Abyss. If anything, I
it's
think
not
they
Abyss.
buffed it. Didn't they buff Abyss, actually?
It's
No.
the supporting skills to Abyss, but I actually don't think that build. I mean, there's a lot of nerfs in there. Don't get me wrong, but I
Well,
think
Abyss was the
casting
one...
5 chains with Abyss is going to be strong.
But I think Abyss actually got a buff. That was
Was it even mentioned?
enhanced entropy. Yeah, it's right here. So fixed
that one.
enhanced entropy so that the Abyss radius, miasma radius, and miasma duration increases with bonus skill level for breakpoint increases instead of just base skill points, which is a huge buff to Abyss.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Like, it not only is it a buff to Abyss because like before you could only get 20 points into enhanced entropy, and Abyss radius seems to continue to go up past 20 points, which means that before it was capped at 20 points and now it's no longer capped, which means that if you were to drop 20 points into enhanced entropy as well and then have a large number of plus to skills, I mean, who knows what the freaking Abyss radius is at that point. I think they might have made a mistake here because unless they capped the Abyss radius bonus, like, we might be looking at like screen wide suckage.
But when I played that build, I only had to use Miasma Bolt on a Herald. Like, that's the only time on single target.
Yeah,
Otherwise, everything died with Abyss and a chain. One chain and one Abyss killed entire packs by themselves. Like,
But I mean, it is a buff to Abyss. It's also a buff to miasma radius and miasma duration. So technically, it's a buff to the entire tree, even though they also kind of nerfed the whole tree as well, with the exception of Abyss. They didn't really touch Abyss. Abyss is the one thing that did not get any changes to it whatsoever.
Abyss is really strong just by itself. Like, you can, in the lower player accounts, you can just get away with Abyss only. You can just say Abyss, move on.
Well, that's why I fully think that, and I know it hasn't really been explored because it's hard to do, but if you could get like a crazy book with like +6 Abyss, and then you could get like that crazy dagger, that runeward dagger,
Yeah,
and get like the crazy combination of Abyss bonuses, I think Abyss itself could just be a main skill. I think you just run Abyss. You get that crazy dagger, the crazy book, you get like 2 sockets in the book, you throw like some good diamonds in there or something, or whatever you want, or 2 runes, and then you just profit. Like, did they fix the targeting for chain? I didn't see anything about targeting for chain. I saw the miasma chain clouds respect next hit delay if they were generated by the same chain. Fixed miasma chains clouds not to exponentially tick. They also made some changes to like being able to cast the chains faster, but also put a cap on them, which is kind of poopy. I don't like the cap. I understand what they're trying to do, and it does actually fix the main ability in a way, but it also murders other builds that were proccing the effect. Freaking Echoing Strike, man. Echoing Strike, nerf number 1. Reduced synergy bonus from 5% to 3%. Echoing Strike, nerf number 2. Echoing Strike damage bonus is no longer multiplicative. It is additive instead. Nerf to Echoing Strike number 3. Echoing Strike will now require attack rating. Nerf to Echoing Strike number 4. Echoing Strike will now incur durability loss on a weapon, so you can no longer use ethereal weapons that don't break. On nerf to Echoing Strike number 5.
No no lethargy.
Amplify damage has been reduced to a 5% chance on cursed monsters. Nerf to Echoing Strike number 6. Lethargy no longer provides the negative damage stat, which is the negative physical resistance stat. Like, oh my god, they just slapped the dong right off of Echoing Strike.
It actually is just going to be Holy Bolt for the you're just going to be healing the monsters.
Nuked from space. Literally nuked from space. I don't even know if the nuke is the right word. We need like a new, like fusion bomb. That's what we need. To get fusion bombed from outer space.
So are any of the sigils have any use now?
The sigils? I mean, the lethargy sigil is still good regardless of the change that they made. It's
just not as strong. Yeah.
It's just not as strong. It's still going to be a really powerful ability.
Rancor got stronger technically with the Thorns Aura.
Oh yeah, way stronger. It's going to be nice. I can totally see some builds coming up with the Thorns Aura.
That'd be really fun.
Is Death even usable?
In an axe. You can use it in an axe.
No, I think you're talking about the sigil, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's very usable. It's like a pretty good execute, and depending on your damage and player count, you could do things like Apocalypse and Sigil Death and just rotate between the two, and it'll just kill packs. Like Apocalypse, if it doesn't one-shot them, will bring them low enough for the execute. So there's ways to use it.
I mean, it's useful to a degree. If you're one-shotting things, though, it becomes completely useless. It really depends on what you're doing and how you're doing it. Like, it works better with miasma because miasma is damage over time. So you could easily use the Death Sigil with the damage over time.
Yep.
DBZ Spirit Bomb.
I mean, I'm telling you right now that you can still play the Echoing Strike versions I have with obedience and stuff. Like, it's still going to work.
You're talking about this one, Kikita? Like I said, I don't really think this one matters. This is such a silly patch note. Like, oh no, they nerfed us. We can't use shields. Oh, whatever will we do? If only we had some super ridiculously OP books that we could use that are better than any shield anyway.
Oh man, we can't use Spirit and Phoenix anymore. We're done for. That was like the most nothing burger. I guess people just don't like Spirit. Then just remove Spirit.
Wasn't this? Somebody told me that this was actually Llama's suggestion, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I think I remember somebody specifically saying that Llama was like, they shouldn't be able to use shields. And I'm like, what does that do? Like, what does that even do? I don't even understand what this does. Like, okay, they don't get access to Spirit at level 26 or whatever. And they don't get Spirit, they don't get like a Phoenix shield, which is like super expensive end game pieces of equipment. Like, what really are you... I don't... Like, you could already make Splendor and Rhyme, right? Two of the best shields. You can't make Ancient's Pledge, who cares? Spirit wasn't better than the books anyway. Like, the only thing that you're losing here, as far as I can tell, is Phoenix. That's it. And I think the only ability that you used Phoenix for was literally Echoing Strike, which has got nuked from orbit, which basically means that Phoenix is useless now, too. What build are you using Phoenix with? A cleave build, maybe? Like a melee mirrored blades?
Just go magic and use the Mephisto book. It's way better.
All I hear is Ginger's mirrored blade build has always been good and will always be good. That's right. Don't bring the Ion Sauron on my mirrored blades build. I'm going to punch you guys in the throat. With Cody's paw, too. I won't even use my hand. I'm just going to get Cody's paw out, and I'm just going to, like with a Cody paw right in your throat. Come here, Cody. I need to borrow your paw. I need a paw. Yeah, come here. I need that. Okay, this is it. I know you guys can't see it. I'm going to turn the camera over to the monster dog. So I'm going to use this paw right here. This is what we're going to right there like that. He said, you better stop it. Give me that toe. Give me that. Give me them foot. I got your foot. I got your footsies. I got your footsies. I got both of them. I got your footsies. Look at him just passed out over there. Look. He don't even care. That's his whole life. He's just big old butt dog just sleeping on his little couch.
He's had a hard day.
He has. He ate a whole bowl of popcorn and then and then he was thirsty all day long. This stuff is silly, by the way. I don't like when they do this. Because they have no clue how to build these characters.
Okay, so what is the point of logging into a level 30 character with Bind Demon? So you have a 1-point Bind Demon when all the changes have to do with like plus the skills and like high level Bind Demons? Like who wants to test a 1-point Bind Demon?
Well,
What is the point of that?
I guess they want you to see how hard it is to get a Bind Demon now or something. Like with like a level 1, because I guess that's the focus of the problem, right? Because if you look at all of the changes that they made to the Blind Demon across the entire board, the reason why they made those changes seems to be very specific. That, like, not necessarily that the Blind Demon was OP, but that people were only putting 1 point into the Blind Demon, and that was creating the problem, right?
But
So
you can't test any change with 1 point into it.
I mean, but that's, I think, what they're trying to do is they want you to see how difficult or how weak a level 1 Bind Demon is, basically. Or how hard it is to get one. It might be like super hard to actually even get a level 1 Bind Demon or something. Who knows? Maybe they really adjusted it. I'm not really sure. I actually like the hard point suggestion for the Bind Demon. I think it takes away the 1-point wonder aspect of it, which I don't think the Bind Demon ever should have been a 1-point wonder. But like it shouldn't have been a 1-point wonder, and they should have known that. Like, they should have known that it was super overpowered as a 1-point wonder. But then again, there were still tons of people like me that would put in like 20 points into the dang skill because it's really good. Like, who didn't like having like a free aura every single time you popped a demon or you bound a demon? It was great. Now, granted, now you actually have to put 20 hard points, whereas before I was putting like maybe like 10 hard points, and then I would have like 10 plus the skills. So, I mean, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult to get your Bind Demon. You're going to have to choose.
Do we get, so when we log in these characters, do we get to go respect them? That's, I assume you can just go.
Well, from the last time that they did it, which was a long time ago, by the way. So I don't know if this is the same group of people doing it this way this time. But basically, it's the camera's like so far behind, and it's really bothering me. It was like a bunch of like randomized equipment that they threw on. It was really bad. I remember it being like really bad equipment, and it was actually so bad that they had an infinity on there, and the infinity was wrong. It was like, instead of Burmalbur Ist, it was like Burmalbur Ith or something. And then they even made a joke. They were like Burmal Bur Ith, the new infinity or something. And then like they gave an infinity to everybody, but it didn't even work. It was like a broken infinity. And then the characters were so poorly made. I remember talking about it when they did it, and it was just, like nobody was happy with the characters that they had. Like we were all just like swapping and swapping gear trying to make like one functional character.
I don't know. It's just confusing to me because like Bind Demon has so many changes, right? You can capture one at a champion at 10, you can capture a unique at 15, you can capture a super unique at 20. Then you have all the new auras to test. You have all these different things to test at various levels of Bind Demon, but we're gonna give you a test Bind Demon with level
Oh,
1
yeah.
Bind Demon.
Well, you
It
get the
doesn't, like,
level. Well, you get the
test
level
all this
80
stuff.
character. So I guess the level 80 character we can test the other things on.
Which
They only
means
give-
I hope we have unlimited respect
And it's
because
It's an echoing strike character
Yeah,
too.
that's what I'm saying.
It's
Like,
gonna
what is
be
happening?
worthless. You're gonna be like, oh man, let me test my level 80 echoing strike character. Yuck, yuck, yuck. And then you walk outside of town and do 0 damage, and you're like, oh, okay, this isn't good. So we get a level 15 miasma test character. What are we testing with miasma? At
yeah,
level
like
15?
who cares about level 15 miasma? Like, is this like some kind of like low level dueling or racer thing? Like, who
What
cares
is-
about that?
What does level 15 even give you? Is that chains?
Maybe.
Is that what you get? Is like you get miasma chains? Because you don't get abyss. Abyss is level 30, and you don't get enhanced entropy, which seems like a really piss poor test if you're not at least going to give the player enhanced entropy, because that's like the thing that makes the abyss skills work properly. Like all of those miasma abyss skills work properly once you have access to enhanced entropy. When does this take effect? It's a public test realm, so it's on the 14th is when the public test realm launches. Apparently, it's going to be April 14th at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, which is I think like 1 o'clock Eastern Standard or something. It's only 4 days away, actually. I mean, today's already over pretty much because it's 10 o'clock, so 3 days away. Oh, Cody, you're underneath of my chair. Good, it's time for you to fart. Ah, yeah, take that. Fart attack.
Oh, have we checked the forums yet?
Oh, we have not checked the forums yet. We should check the forums. I'm taking a look at the skill tree real quick. Yeah, I mean, level 15 is only really going to give you access to miasma chains. That's it. Because enhanced entropy is 24. So you don't get access to enhanced entropy. You don't get access to abyss. You get miasma bolt, miasma chain, and that's it.
Like, are we supposed to test leveling? Like, oh, we want to test you leveling from 15 to endgame. Like, is that what it is? Like, it's just a skip to 15?
I mean, I could sit there and play it. I mean, I wouldn't mind that, testing it out that way. I got to give them some actual feedback though.
Maybe we're supposed to do, maybe the idea is to test the actual leveling process with like Bind Demon, level Bind Demon from level 30. So that you just jump to Bind Demon and you just level it.
There are literally 2 posts on this thing. One of them is the Diablo 2 3.2 PTR changes look amazing. Thank you. And then right below that is 3.2 changes do not look promising at all. Oh, man. I guess better late than never. Late and Thunder Charms will likely be as common as the regular ones. That does not look good at all. I agree. I think 260 heralds per game is a little bit much and might not achieve the goal that they're looking for. They wanted it to be rarer than pre-Reign of the Warlock. I think they've made it more common than Reign of the Warlock, than pre-Reign of the Warlock.
Flawless victory.
Somebody said damage reduced to be more similar to Frost Nova, and he said, so no damage at all then? Oh man, that's great. So basically no damage? The buff to drops are just too much. Just bump the Sunder drop rate a bit and call it a day. I don't agree. I think we buff the Herald drop rate and leave the Sunder Charm drop rate alone. I think more Heralds less and keep the Sunder Charm drop rate the same. I think that's the goal. If it wasn't a shadow drop, then sure, the cost risk of doing shadow drops, you potentially have balance issues that you only really start to see after large-scale testing. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I didn't see a bug fix for Blood Oath, only using hard points for damage transfer. I wonder what Sunder Charm drop rates will actually be like. I have to wonder too, because I can't figure it out. Don't destroy the value of the only valuable item that non-botters can farm. Interesting.
What are the places that can spawn Uber Diablo?
Any super unique monster. Any. There's like freaking hundreds of them. Just pick one. Like you can use Eldritch the Rectifier, you can use Shank the Overseer, you can use what's his face? The other one that's also in the same area as Eldritch the Rectifier, Sharptooth Slayer, you can use freaking the one in Arcane Sanctuary that always spawns by the portal, Fire Eye or whatever his name is. Like it doesn't matter. You can use anyone. You can use Rakanishu, you can do, you know, like Bishi Bosh. It's the first super unique that you come across after you get the notification.
All right, I don't remember where I was. Okay, never mind.
I mean, they aren't going to chuck it out the window at this point. Making latent Sunder Charms more accessible is not development. It's a clear step back. I mean, I personally do not think that the latent Sunder Charms need to be more accessible. I think that the Heralds need to be more accessible. I feel like that's a frustration and a genuine one. But I don't think that the Sunder Charms themselves need to be more accessible. You know, I feel like if you create a situation, like say you had like some fancy car and the car only ran on like jet fuel or something, and you're like, okay, like I don't care that my car runs on jet fuel, but it'd be nice if there were some more gas stations that stocked my product so I could refill my car. And then you have to drive all over town trying to find like the one store that sells jet fuel. Well, it's kind of that situation. Like it's not that your car running on jet fuel is a bad thing. It's that like there's nowhere that sells your jet fuel. It's not that the latent Sunder Charms were too rare. It's that the Heralds that actually dropped the Sunder Charms were too rare. And like I think the drop rate overall for the latent Sunder Charms was actually pretty good, because if you calculated out how many Heralds it took you to get a Sunder Charm, it wasn't that bad. The problem was that it took you a really long time to get those Heralds in the first place to reach that number to get the Sunder Charm. Like more Heralds was a good idea. Increasing the Sunder Charm drop rate, I don't think was. Hey Ginger, would it be good to run Thorns Demon and Thorns Merc? No, they don't stack. So you one or the other. You can't stack two Thorns, but you could stack something like an Amp, or you could stack like Spirit of the Barbs, or you could grab like there's a lot of various like ways that you can potentially like augment amplify damage. You can get like a mercenary specifically that uses like static field, which would be pretty good with Thorns, because then you'd reduce their HP to a low level, and then the Thorns could like finish the difference. Like there's ways that you can do it, but no, Thorns and Thorns don't stack together unless you have item based Thorns.
But it's nice now because it gives you more options. So you can run that 5 mark with Dreadfang when you have the Thorns minion.
I mean, another person was talking about, they were like, why not just make the latents more common and the items to craft them more rare? But I mean, but then you just have kind of a similar problem. Then the reneweds then become rare, and then everybody has latent. So, I mean, some people are saying that removing the strong player-dependent drop rate is a high positive. I mean, I think I can agree with that, because I don't think you should be required to have 8 people in the game to have a good drop rate on the Sunders, which it did kind of seem that way.
Yeah, I would be for more balancing of the disparity between players A and players 1, especially XP related.
How good is the armor that gives you thorn? You can actually use that armor and stack it together with an edge bow, which is actually a really solid build. And you can actually get like really high level thorns from the 2 items. But I mean, in this case, you can get free thorns from your little bind demon, which I think is probably better in the long run. It really depends on what you want to do. You can just make a mercenary with like a bramble and an edge bow if you really want to, but she's gonna die all the time because there's no leech on it. I don't understand why folks want them so rare. I haven't seen a single one drop after tons of farming and terrorizing every act in the game. The Sunders were added as a way of making the game more accessible, correct, which were otherwise limited to farming only specific areas. With Reign of Warlock, they went in the opposite direction to make them so rare that you'll likely never see one. I mean, I can't really agree with that because I've seen tons of them. I mean, I think like over the whole season, I've probably personally seen at least like 15 drop. I mean, I was like personally there for about 15 of them. They weren't always good ones, and they weren't always what I needed. I never found a magic one, for instance. Never found a magic one. Found a lot of poisons and colds, though. It seemed to be mostly poisons and colds. I'm totally not salty about that. Good luck from trade for one. I mean, I disagree. Like, you could trade for Sunders. They weren't like too impossible. 10 plus jaw was for the really good ones. That's not accurate. He's exaggerating a lot.
Yeah, that might be end of season inflation because like you can get a Fire Sunder when we were still playing for like an Ohm room, low Ohm, like around there. Crafted already.
He might be talking. He might be talking about like a physical one and a renewed physical one at that with like a good mod. Like, I don't know.
I had a renewed physical one for like the first couple weeks, and the best offer I ever got was Jawbreaker for it. That was the best offer. I know they went up from then, but that was a couple of weeks, and that's the best offer I ever got.
I just made a Phoenix in single player. Ha. 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 I don't like the old ones being super common. Like, I thought it was too much. It was just too much. Like, within like a week of launch, like they were literally saturated the market to the point where like none of them were basically worth anything.
And it helps the bots.
And it does.
Help the bots.
Yeah, and it does. A lot of people don't realize this, but the rare Sunder Charms actually was hurting the bots. They actually had to go back to Classic just to even be able to.
And that was their only saving factor.
Yeah,
I like to play a season where they can't do that.
Yeah, I would like to play a season where the Sunder Charms are rare and then the bots cannot farm in the previous game mode and then convert over. I'd like to see, like where we go from there. Because the bots themselves have a hard time farming without the Sunder Charms. I wonder if I type in type in echoing. Hold on. It was bugged. Nerfing and synergies will just make the hexes more important to hit, and durability was obviously coming. Rip Eth on indestructible options. Is that the only person that mentions Echoing Strike the whole freaking article? There's no way. There's no way. That's the only person.
Use maybe the site search instead of the browser.
Let's try ES, which is a really stupid abbreviation, by the way, because Energy Shield is also ES. Yeah, that doesn't work at all, because everything apparently has ES in it. Yeah, there's replies, cuddles. Yeah, that's worthless. Let's type in nerf. The massive Warlock nerf unnecessary. Does this just not work for searching or something? I don't know. There's no way there's only one instance of the word nerf in this. There's no way. I guess it just doesn't work on this page. Oh, somebody mentioned the really weird. Sounds good. Does this mean Blood Boil only has a range of 4 yards max? If yes, then that's way too much of a nerf for the skill. I mean, does he realize that it never actually went further than 4 yards? It was actually bugged. Like, it didn't matter what the range said. It never went more than 4 yards. I actually tested it, played around with it. Like, it was always bugged at baby levels. I mean, it was still pretty powerful. Even the way that it was still pretty powerful. But like, it never went further than 4 yards. Didn't matter what it said. You could tell it just wasn't hitting anything. It was like, oh, it's like 22 yards, and you're like, and you use it, and like none of the monsters on the screen get hit, and you're like, Bind Demon chance to cast Amp drop from 75% to 5%. Jeez Louise. I haven't heard of Jeez Louise in many a yarn.
Hopefully it's towards June. But that's just me being greedy.
I mean, I don't want my seasons to overlap. Don't overlap my seasons. I want to be able to play the other games too.
I know, and we don't have a date for PoE2 yet.
Warlock can only use two-handed with a book and an offhand, as per PTO notes. I only wanted them to leave Might Aura, not that it matters with fanaticism. I mean, yeah, like I don't even understand. Like, I don't know why they took away the other auras unless they're just trying to make it easier. Because none of the auras that they took away, except for Conviction, were really even that powerful. They all had better alternatives, if that makes any sense.
Did they keep the same number? Maybe it was like a coding thing. Like, is it the same amount total? Like the number total stay the same or something? I wonder if it's just like like a lazy coding. We don't want to code more. Or
Can I keep my pre-patch demon? Thank you. Yeah, just never die.
I mean, free conviction only applied to like 2 builds on the Warlock. And they were fire builds. They didn't do that much damage to begin with. You needed all the gear for the fire builds to feel good.
Man, I feel like removing the damage taken stat from lethargy was a bit of an overreach. They should have just reduced it. What was it, like 50% at max? Like, they could have just halved it to like 25%.
They could just make it eat the penalty, right?
Womp, 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 womp. It'll be interesting to see how many of these changes actually make it into the game and how many of them get rolled back. I feel like they way overdid the nerf to echoing. I think echoing is just destroyed at this point. I think they've got to dial it back a little bit.
A skill needs to have a point, right? It needs to have something stands out. Like, I go to this skill because it has this value.
Right? I think the ability to use ethereal weapons is the one thing that I think they should have kept, because
it made it stand out.
It made it stand out from the other options. Because now there's like No
No
reason to use
procking,
echoing
no
strike.
crushing blow, no open wounds.
No open wounds. No reason to use the ability. That's what we might as well call
No
it.
damage, no hitting. Breaking the weapon probably more. It probably breaks weapons more than most skills
Not
because like it hits
yeah,
twice, right?
not better than
Or
cleave.
10
Not
times.
better than like it's not better than anything at this point. Even mirrored blades in its ranged form is better. Why would you even use echoing strike now? Like why wouldn't you just use mirrored blades with the ranged option instead? Unless you just don't have a ranged option. I guess the only reason echoing strike would even come into your like purview would be like, oh, I don't want to use a ranged weapon, and I can't sacrifice my off swap, so like maybe I'll use this for Thorns monsters. It might like be the only reason that skill gets used anymore. Bowlock is the new meta. I don't know, man. I like Bowlock, and I think Bowlock is powerful. I agree, but I think Taint Lock is the new meta. I think Taint Lock wins. Taint Lock becomes the god tier character. I think you build a Taint Lock, you get your teleporting around, because you can basically just blade warp with your taints, and then you just try taint, get yourself like an amazing try taint setup, get an infinity on a merc, and you just teleport around with your triple taints. I think triple taint might actually be the new meta.
What is the actual sheet damage on a maxed out taint?
It's crazy. Like you can see it. The taint damage shows up in the panel. Like if you go like respec a character and just throw points in, it's there.
It's got to be like 15k each taint.
Here, let me restore my my
Like with all the
save
plus of
file.
skills. I'm talking like end game. Like end game try taint.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like let me restore
It's got to be
my,
like 15k, right?
I need to cut this one and put it into the Warlock.
That with the consume, which you don't want to do.
Where is my Warlock save? There it is. Warlock P8 save. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we backed up him. And then I need to grab my all saves. Cut. Paste. Alright. That way I can boot up my all saves file. Then we can pull up the taint lock.
Chunky's gonna hate us.
God, I hope taint becomes meta. I giggle every time you say it. Not Chunks. Man, freaking Chunks was getting upset we said taint too often. He's like, y'all are disgusted, man. He goes, something's wrong with y'all. Why are y'all so disgusted?
He's rolling over right now. He's rolling his eyes. He's so mad. The taint's gonna be the best warlock build.
And everybody's going to be talking about their taint.
You better reserve your name right now, GGM underscore.
Taint. Tainty, taint, tainty, taint. Let's see. I'm
This guy
pretty sure.
fully geared.
Well, I have like he has a bunch of like Maka gear that simulates full gear, so we should be able to see the numbers at the very least. I've got an obsession. Where's the Mag
That's good.
Songs at?
Mag
Obsession
Songs
will
would be
work.
better.
Yeah, Mag Songs would be 1 point better, but
It's actually
500
technically, I would say it's more like 1.5 because it's got the facet in it. It's definitely even better than one skill. That's for damage.
Oh, that was not the button that I wanted to press. We're killing you? Killing you with what? Killing you with our taints? Maybe you should stop smelling it. Sweaty taints? So many people are going to get their characters banned. Yep. I don't think we can allow that
Zinner's
one.
going to have a good name.
Well, Zinner's is always going to have a good taint name. Can you imagine like a full group of taint locks though? Like just like all the taints running around murdering everything? Oh yeah, I was testing out attack speed and stuff, so I got a bunch of crazy attack speed charms in here. Hold on. Then we remove all these. Oh wait, we need the +3 skill charms. Dang it. The +3 skill charms simulate the torch, the Annie, and like the various other pieces of equipment. Alright, so let's get the strength so we can actually put our gear on. There we go. Apparently I have... it really doesn't matter, but I guess we'll take that off. It seems like I bootlegged that item. Authority, there we go, okay. So let's go ahead and max out our taint lock. So max taint, max blood boil, right? So blood boil... And I don't even know if we go Bind Demon, but we'll grab him anyway. And then we max out Demonic Mastery. So according to the sheet, it says 26,317
Per taint.
per taint.
That's time, and then you're going to multiply that by 3, and that's not counting conviction and the multipliers, right? Like
Yeah.
the minus res multiplier.
Yeah. So right now, it doesn't work. The synergy never worked. So it doesn't actually do 26,000 damage, which is why I avoided it on my taint lock earlier. But it will work with the patch. And it's going to do, like, crazy massive damage. And you can do it one of two ways. You can death mark them onto a target, or you can telestomp. I like the telestomp, personally, because it puts me in the location as well. And it also telestomps the minion as well, which is also part of the reason why I like it. Let me put some points in HP.
So you're talking somewhere between 75,000 taint, and then you got to add in all your multipliers.
These guys are immune to fire. Hold on. I don't have any, like, conviction or any equipment, so...
Yeah.
Let's go.
Bang song,
Yeah,
the book.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how that stuff works, though, because, like, I don't know if it applies to the taints or what. Like, we need to figure that out. That's definitely a question we need to answer.
The PTR is going to be funny with this build. That's gonna be massive damage. Like these guys would.
It's so much damage. Especially if you play it right. So if you get an infinity, and then you run like I don't know, like maybe you run a plague sword for the lower res proc, because I think that might be the best way to get like the optimal negative res. Because like we have an immune right here, and obviously I can't kill him, but I'm not even really sure it's a problem. Like, the way that I set my taint lock up before was I set it up with, like, multiple elements. And you can do that easily enough. So, like, you can have multiple elements and basically bypass most fire immunes without even worrying about the fire immunes. It's not like the end-all, be-all of things that you have to worry about. And, of course, you can just, like, blade warp into the packs if you want to.
Be sending missiles into the enemy.
The blade warping is very effective. The interesting thing about this build, which is kind of something that I didn't really consider when I first designed it, but like, like if you do an apocalypse build, you don't really have access to the hexes. You don't have access to any of the hexes. But if you do a Blade Warp Taint Lock, you actually get access to the hexes. So if you run like Hexbane or something like that, you Blade Warp in, Blade Warp actually does apply that hex to the target. So you can basically get access to any of the hexes like Hexpurge or Hexbane or Hex Siphon by using the Blade Warp instead of the Deathmark, which actually works into your advantage, because then you can also build into the Eldritch Blast, which is nice for staying alive, and you can build into like a couple other things. It actually does work surprisingly well.
Does Engorge buff their damage too?
I don't know if Engorge buffs their damage. Engorge is the one that like increases their attack speed, gives them Life Leech. Life Leech probably doesn't work, but I mean, the attack speed buff alone, if it does work, would be crazy. We can always try and test it real quick. There, they're engorged. Let's see if they're faster. We've got an immune skeleton up here we can test it on, so. No, I mean, it doesn't really seem like it's increasing them at all. I don't know.
Is he red?
I'm not testing damage. I was looking for their speed.
How long does the Engorge buff last?
71 seconds, so it definitely should have been still on.
Oh yeah, then should it, yeah.
I mean, we got some more corpses here. I eat them, teleport in. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really seem like it's working. I think it's because they're not physical, which means they're not getting the attack speed bonus. I mean, they probably get the heal and the replenish and the defense and the physical damage of your demon reduced by 5%, but they probably don't get the attack speed or life leech because they're not dealing that. I mean, basically how you would set this guy up with 3 Tainteds is it would change a little bit because you don't have access to Conviction. But, I mean, you would still want either lower res or Conviction of some form, if not both. And then what you would do is you would run the Sunder. So you definitely run a Fire Sunder. And then you could even augment with other monsters. So, like, if you're full summon, you have full Demonic Mastery, and you could easily grab, like, whenever you need to, you could just summon some Goatmen.
You should consume one of them and check the sheet damage too.
They might not be the craziest, but like, I don't really think you're going to have any problems killing any fire immunes with like the base Goatman, because your base Goatman at level 1 is still going to be surprisingly strong. So whenever you encounter like some fire immunes, you could always just swap. I'm also kind of curious if technically 3 Tainteds is the right play. I wonder if like 2 Tainteds and a Defiler isn't the better play. Like, because then you get the spread.
Yeah, it might be a single target thing, like a bossing thing versus like general clearing.
I mean, because you basically get your 5 bound targets, so you could run like your 2 Taints, and then you could run 1 Defiler. I wonder if that bypasses immunities. That's actually an interesting question. I mean, it looked like they were taking damage. Like, see this guy over here who took a whole bunch of damage? It looked like they were taking damage because of the Defiler. Like, the Defiler was essentially bypassing the immunity by dishing out the damage to a target that wasn't immune, which then caused all the monsters that were immune to take the damage regardless, because it was just simply bypassing it entirely. That's actually something that would be interesting to test. We need a good area that has fire immunes and the other immunes that has better density than this crap zone.
Does Arcane Sanctuary have a mixture? Like the Goatmen are immune, but the ghosts and stuff aren't?
Not in Arcane Sanctuary, unfortunately. I think Lost City had a bunch of fire immunes. Okay, so we have non-fire immunes. What's up, Snuggle Bunny? How's it going? I seen you sneak in.
Yeah. If you get Lost City, if you get them Plague Bearers, they're magic immune and fire resist. So there's a good chance if they get fire enchanted, they'll be fire immune as well.
Okay, here we go. We got some Tomb Leapers. So what we need to do is we need to pull over one of the Tomb Leapers into the pack of the monsters that are not immune, and we need to... Okay, we got some zombies over here. Here we go. So this will work. So let's pull over these guys, and they already murdered the zombies. They were dead so fast. Oh god. Come over here. Come over here. Come over here. Come over. Oh god, so dead. Those zombies last a whole like half a second. It's really quite unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah, he's taking damage, look. He took damage. So, the Defiler bypasses fire immunes, which could potentially be an accurate way that you can essentially just, like, completely ignore the fire immune monsters. Especially since they're fireballs. So, like, imagine you have a bunch of monsters that are all stacked in the same pile, and there's fire immunes and there's non-fire immunes in the pile. If you have Defilers, if you have 1 Defiler and 2 Tainteds, then that means that the Defilers can then damage the fire immunes by killing the non-fire immunes. And wow, they kill fast. Like, holy Jesus, they just kill fast. I think I was set to players 8, right? Or am I not set to players 8? Yeah, let me bump this up to players 8. Let's see some players 8 numbers. Yeah, let's leave and come back, and we'll go to players 8 for testing.
You know what you have to do next, right? You have to counteract the bug that exists and give yourself the extra damage.
I mean, that's the crazy thing, right? Is that I'm not actually getting the 26,317 damage. I'm getting something else much lower. Like this, what you're seeing right now isn't even the full version. This is the baby version that we currently have access to, not the full version.
These creatures of darkness shall yield to me.
No infinity merc.
Goodbye. Oh, what's up, little pack of file hunters? Goodbye. There's an elite. Is that a champion pack? Okay, there's a champion pack. Let's go fight them. Hey, a rattle cage. Boys. Die, archers. $797% gold fine? That's crazy. Once you add in a mercenary into this mix, which is actually really powerful, you get a nice like infinity merc, and you telestomp monsters with it. Like it's really powerful. And then, of course, you can add in a bind demon if you want to, or a defiler. There's like a bunch of different options you can potentially do. It's not even really that expensive either, because you get 20 points on Blood Bowl, 20 points in Tainted. The Demon Mastery is so 20, 40, 60. So it's 60 total, essentially, to get access to the full Tainted. And then that means you still have, what, 60 to 80, it's 20, 100. So you still have like 40, like 55 points. You got like 55 points left to drop into whatever else you want, which means you can almost fully cap out another tree.
And you weren't even casting blood boils, right?
No, I don't even bother with that. Like, it's not even worth it.
I mean, it's free damage because you can always heal them with Engorge.
Yeah, but it's not 17.6 yards. It's, or, as we know, it's 4 yards. And then you would have to max out Engorge to get the optimal damage from that. So if you wanted to go that route, it would be 4.3k physical, 1k fire. Oh, you need to cap out Blood Oath for the fire damage part. So I guess if you wanted to go that way, yeah, I mean, that gets expensive. That's super expensive.
Hello.
Conviction Demon is a demon for this. Conviction is no longer a thing, Dylan. You no more Conviction Demons. They're taking it away. They're taking it away. They told you that it was not for them.
The Conviction merc in the end is just going to be more damage because you get to run the extra demon how you want. The try, or the defiler. The defiler seems nasty too.
Try taint. Try taint. Try taint. Radioactive try taint.
So out of context, you're using a lot of taints and you're defiling things.
Yes.
No.
This is correct.
It sounds very dubious.
It's crazy how good this is, and this is the bugged version. Like it's a really good build, even in Players 8, and this is the version that's weak, that has like no damage. As of right now, the synergy bonus does not work. So the damage that I'm actually getting is not the 26,000 damage. So what you're seeing right now is not this crazy 26,000 damage number because the synergy doesn't work at the moment. So the damage number that you're actually seeing is this number here, which is 3,759. That's what you're currently seeing. So what you're seeing right now is only 3,759 per taint.
It's a crazy difference.
Which basically means that once this synergy goes into effect, you're going to effectively go from, and let's do a little pocket math here. So you're going to effectively go from 3,759 times 3, which is 11,277 per attack, which is probably something like 2 attacks per second, which is like 22,554 DPS. To 26,317 times 3 times 2, roughly 157,902 DPS. And I don't have any, I don't have any fire facets on. I'm not using any, equipment that would increase the fire damage, like no fire sunder. I don't have, the appropriate, conviction aura or lower resistance to add on to this, which would increase that even more. So you're literally, I don't even know what that is, damage-wise. If you take that and divide the original number into it of 22,554, it's roughly 7 times stronger than what we're currently looking at. So this, what you're seeing right now, is 7 times weaker, or rather what you will see when the patch goes live is 7 times stronger. It's kind of nutty. And then, yeah, like Leon said, you could potentially add in Blood Boil into the mix, I guess. I feel like if you're telly-stomping...
Probably won't even need to, but you can.
The range
on
won't
the big
matter.
target.
Well, the range won't matter, right? So it only has a 4-yard radius, but who cares if you're telly-stomping the target? You can basically just telly-stomp the target and then spam the ability. So, let me go ahead and cap out both of these things. We telly-stomp and then we just go zoom, 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 zoom. Right? And then we just telly-stomp another target and do the same thing. It technically the range won't matter in that scenario because you're telly-stomping boiling. But you do need to obviously make sure you're engorging them every now and then, otherwise they die.
We know what Junior's doing on Tuesday, everyone. He's going to log on. He's going to respec the level 80 Warlock into the taint.
The taint, tainty, taint, gonna do some taint. We gotta break out the taint song, guys. Taint, gonna taint all the tainty, taint. Insert taint joke here. What's up, Marion Live?
It ain't funny.
Schmecksy beast. Schmecksy. I mean, between Engorge and the other ability, you can definitely keep them alive. Not that you really have to, mind you, because, I mean, technically you don't really have to. It looks like Blood Boil does work as a really efficient way to deal with fire immunes, though. And technically, since Blood Boil has 2 separate paths for you to take, a physical and a fire path, you could potentially only build the physical path, which is Engorge, and ignore the fire path, which is Blood Oath. Or you could go with both. It really depends on you. But, theoretically, I mean, you can actually bypass the fire immunes by simply using Blood Boil. Taint is what? What about the taint? Where are we tainting? The taintliest taint of all taints? I feel like no matter what, this build, if you want to do the Telestomp version, I feel like Eldritch Blast is just a really solid survival mechanic. It just makes sense because Eldritch Blast works really good to just keep you alive in dangerous situations. I don't know. I mean, you don't necessarily need it, but it certainly doesn't hurt if you're trying to do the actual telestomping version. Of course, you don't have to do the telestomping version. You can just do the Deathmark version, and then, you know, you can do that, and then Deathmark your monsters in, and then you can blood boil them from there. I guess. That also works. What do I think about the patch notes for the Heralds? I think they went a little bit overboard in trying to make the Heralds a little bit more accessible. I don't know. I had to wait until I see what's going on, but it really kind of feels like they may have gone like super overboard. They made a comment, they were like less rare or more rare than pre-Reign of the Warlock, and I'm like I don't know about that. It's like I think we might be looking at like ridiculously more rare. I mean, more common than Reign of the Warlock at this point with the changes they made. I think it's a little overkill, but I can't really say until I've actually seen it. We're probably going to be doing a lot of testing on April 4th for sure. For sure.
Someone's got to level a Horker just to see as well.
It's already been 4 hours. I came up here real quick. I was like, I'm just going to make a quick patch notes video. I'll be right back. 4 hours later.
Please, Blizzard, don't nerf the Warlock 29 minutes ago.
Nerf it. Nerf it so hard. Blizzard, do exactly what you always do. Nerf. Nerf so hard. Well, I guess I should probably log into my Procazon real quick and for the last time play with the overpowered authority. It wasn't even overpowered. They just completely destroyed it for no reason. They're so mean.
It was such a fun build.
I don't know why they did it. I don't know why they did it. I can't really explain why they did it, but they did it, and it's so mean. Where's the authority at? No, I need the authority. We need to experience the miasma chain madness one last time before they completely rip it from our innards. I mean, the Procazon still works. She just can't use the authority armor anymore. It just won't be any good. I actually used to use Hydra on the dragon armor on my proc build for the Procazon, and I had to stop doing that because same reason. Like it was they nerfed it into oblivion. With the 5 cap change, it's the same exact situation all over again. They added the 5 cap to Hydra and they ruined it as a proccing skill completely. She has 1 arrow. Okay, there you go. Hey, you guys ready to see crazy chains? Crazy chains. We need some crazy. Let's get all the monsters in here for some crazy chains. Oh god, I forgot I'm weak. I'm weak. No. Look at all my chains. Look at them. Look at my glorious chains. Yeah, this build's gone though. Like you can't, when this patch goes live, you won't be able to do this chain proc build anymore. I don't know if they realized that they killed 2 builds in the process of trying to fix 1. Like, basically this build, the proc build, can no longer utilize the authority with the way that they changed it. And the proc Warlock, which used mirrored blades and built the synergies, also no longer works with the change that they made. Like, both of these builds are essentially, like, trashed now, just so they can fix the miasma chain build. It is unfortunate. I'm just playing with it right now. I'm not actually trying to kill anything. I just want to see the pretty chains.
You know what they could do? They could make it so plus the skills, so the highest levels of the chains that you would get from actually playing the build, not procking it, cast multiple chains.
So having
So
like
you leave the
like,
delay in, you leave the way it works now, but you make it less clunky by like you press that chain button when you have like lots of plus of skills, and you actually spec that, and you get multiple chains with one press.
so instead of spawning one chain, like at a higher level, you'd spawn 2 or 3 chains,
Yeah.
and then the delay would still be there.
But the proc builds will stay the same because they only spawn one chain per proc. Whatever.
Yeah, they're lower level. They're lower level chains anyway.
Nah, they got me, Batman. They got me. You never take me alive, Batman. You'll never take me alive.
And if they do it that way, they should. The one thing that makes it clunky is that they're on 2 separate timers. They should be on the same timer. Same amount of seconds, whatever it is.
Look at all the chains. Look at all my chains. I got no HP. Dang it. Give me some potions. How do I know I can trust you? Your farts might smell like magical unicorn rainbows.
I don't know. The synergized Mirror Blades version is very fun. So fun.
Yeah.
Now it's nerfed into the ground.
I think the proc Mirror Blades version was more fun than the actual version. Maybe that's why they're nerfing it. They're like, you can't have the proc version be better than the regular version. That's just not fair. Who do you think you are? This is only one item, by the way. This is only the armor. I don't even have the entropy locket. I don't even have the entropy locket.
Do you think the proc version will have a max of 10 chains because it's 2 separate levels?
Maybe.
It's like technically 2 separate skills.
I tell you what, knockback is not the right choice for this proc build, though. I'm just knocking them out of the miasma. It's awful. It's like the absolute opposite of what you would want to do for this build.
Well, that's the crazy thing about the Warlock doing it is you actually had a pretty strong Abyss, too. Like, you could just cast Abyss.
Yeah. Yeah, I need a. I still have mine. I just don't know if I think he's not set up properly anymore. Oh, I hit public test round by accident. Oh, it's live, guys. Go, go, go. I'm just kidding. Don't go. Stay in bed. I know you guys are sleeping. I'm ready to go night-night myself. Time to go night-night. Boom, 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 boom. You have not been online in the last 30 days. What? Please start the game while online to check for any login agreements. That's weird. I did not expect to get that message when I booted up the test server.
Oh,
I guess I need to play my Procolock at least one time before they nerf him into the dirt. I don't know what he's missing. I probably have to go steal some items from Quantum Leap.
People are already talking about how they're not going to update their client. They're trying to play this version forever or something.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna stay on this version. Patch 3.12 for life, guys. I'm never going back. You can't make me. I don't know how much like I need to flip over. Like I don't even know. Like most of the stuff I don't think is shared between characters. I might be missing like a ring or two or something. I don't know. Let's just steal everything. Steal it all.
I need a 10 jaw refund.
10 jaw refund? There's no rebates in this world, sir.
I paid 10 jaw for a superior ethereal 4-socket thunder multi-use with echoing strike since the weapon isn't supposed to lose durability. However, I see an upcoming patch.
Oh, is this the poor babies?
Oh no.
The poor babies are the poor babies, and they are the poor babies. Nice verse set for them, because they are the poor babies. Where's my authority
welcome to
armor
live
at?
service gaming.
Where is my authority armor?
Probably on the Prakazan.
No, it's not, actually. I stole it, apparently. Okay, there's the bees. There's my authority's armor. Alright, what am I missing? I'm missing dexterity. Do I have enough points to just stat it up? Didn't have enough for the strength. Okay, 115 for the strength. Do I have any strength charms sitting around? I should have some strength charms to fix this. All I gotta do is cobble together a working character. Come on. Come on, Ginger! Cobble!
So would it be safe to say that Echoing Strike now has all the weaknesses of an attack build without any of the positives, and it has all the weaknesses of a spell build without any of the positives?
I think that's where we're at. Yeah, I think that's accurate. Yep.
It doesn't get to ignore AR like a normal spell does. It doesn't get to proc anything like a normal attack does.
Dude, they obliterated it. They just obliterated it from existence. Like, it's no longer even an ability that you would ever want to use. Alright, here we go. You guys ready for Proca? This is the Proca. He's a Proca, and he does procs. Brum, 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 brum. Welcome to the Blown with all the freaking abyss. Come on down and you can see what I'm gonna miss. I got some Procazones. Come on, get some Procadoos. I got some Procaloos. I'm gonna Proca just for you. Man, my damage is like really good. What the hell? Wow. Suck you all together and murder you up. Get murdered, son. Yeah, come walk through the chains of death. Yeah, come, yeah. Oh, did that feel good? No, it didn't. Dude, those chains are epic. Did you see those ghosts just like get murdered by those chains? It was just a line of death, and I said, do not cross it, and they crossed it, and they died.
Yeah, I'm all set up.
This build was amazing for cows, too. I'm very sad to see this build go. It was such a fun cow build.
One of the best looking builds in the game.
Pretty, too, yes. Very beautiful.
What'd you do to my chains?
I mean, technically, even if they hadn't added the cap, right, they did a bunch of nerfs to the way that the chains work, so...
I mean, the other way they can handle it too is no cap, but less duration.
I kind of really wish they would do like higher duration. I don't know.
And fix the targeting. Good lord.
Targeting doesn't, like, I mean, at least, I mean, I guess I kind of was, you know, not playing the normal version because I had teleport. Because I would just cast it at my feet and teleport behind the monster. Like, I wasn't targeting anything when I played
Well, I
it.
mean, technically, your version of the build, since you can just bop, 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 teleport, like, probably is pretty strong now.
It would feel good, yeah. It would feel way good. It'd be really fun.
Way more gooderist, as Cody would say.
Yep. You just pop 5 right on your back, and then you just go. Pew! No, that's not true. Little Megs. First of all, Tainted got a buff.
Yeah, Tainted got a huge buff.
So Tainted made out better like a bandit.
Mirrored Blades is like absolutely insane now.
Mirror Blades and the Hexes stayed strong.
Yeah, the
And-
hexes could be still used with Echoing Strike too. Even though Echoing Strike is like nerfed into the dirt, I mean it theoretically still works with the Hexbane, so you can theoretically still get good use out of it. It won't be as
No
good
real
as Mirrored
reason to
Blades,
do
but,
it.
yeah, it's there if you want to do like an Echoing Strike Hexbane build.
Still relive, you know, your glory days.
I think it was always kind of the superior version anyway, because it gave you 2 elements.
Yeah. I mean, I built both Bane and Purge. I have one character for each, and they're both strong. They're both super strong. And you can use 1 point echoing. You can use, it doesn't matter. And you get to take advantage of all the negative press.
I am overburdened.
4 socket superior face bleed. Gotta get wrecked, son, cause you don't want none, son, of them hot dogs, bun. We all need to hit Blizzard with mass refund requests? No. No. Over Echoing Strike? Are you kidding me? Over the broken skill that shouldn't have existed in the game in the first place? No. No, thank you. If you refund over Echoing Strike nerf, there's some very unkind things that I would say to you that I probably should not say because I'll get banned from YouTube forever. Ginger Gaming Mentor got banned from YouTube today. Somebody said they were going to refund the game because Echoing Strike, the most broken skill in existence, got a nerf. What he said that day cannot be repeated on live stream television. Let's go live to what he said. At least the parts that we can tell you. Beep 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 beep. You beep 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 beep. I can't believe beep 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 beep. The moral of the patch is that the character will most likely remain almost entirely playable. There are still many good builds that you can potentially play. The Bind Demon is probably still broken and overpowered. I can't say that with 100% certainty because I haven't played it. But, like, I really doubt that the Bind Demon is that hurt. The only thing they really did to the Blind Demon, judging by the changes, is they made it so you can't just 1-point wonder the damn thing. Which, honestly, was a good thing, because you shouldn't have been able to 1-point wonder that thing in the first place. But since you can no longer 1-point wonder it, that just means you need to put 20 points into it instead. So, with 19 more skill points than what you would normally put into it, you're going to get pretty much the same thing that you got before. The Conviction Aura was almost all but useless on the majority of the builds anyway, and anybody who said otherwise is fooling themselves. Because the Conviction Aura didn't really affect any of the magic builds that were using Hexbane or Hexpurge. The Conviction Aura didn't affect the Abyss build. The Conviction Aura didn't really affect the Echoing Strike build. The Conviction Aura didn't really affect the Cleave or the Mirrored Blades build. The Conviction Aura really only affected like 2 builds on the entire character, and even then it wasn't even really that much. Like, you're talking about Apocalypse, it affected it a little bit, mainly only the immunes, and even then not by much, like 17%. And then the Tainted build,
it wasn't even 17.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
probably like 10.
And then the Tainted build also got some buff from it. But for the most part, the Conviction Aura wasn't even really that useful for the Warlock at all anyway. I don't even know why they removed it, to be perfectly honest, because it wasn't really even that great. The only thing that it gave you was the ability to break some immunes without a Sunder Charm. Yeah, okay. They just made Sunder Charms like super common. They made it so you can drop a Sunder Charm from like a regular monster, not even in a terrorize zone. Like, I know that they said that technically they wanted them to be more rare than pre-Reign of the Warlock, but with the changes that they made, I can't see that being a thing. Like, I literally can't see it being more rare than Reign of the Warlock with what they did. Not only will you be able to find one randomly throughout the world, but they also made the heralds like super common, like 2 per terror zone. That's what they said, 2 per terror zone. That's their words, not mine. It doesn't matter if they didn't even touch Sunder. They could have made the Sunder Charm drop rates worse. They increased the heralds to 2 heralds almost guaranteed every single terror zone individual. There are 130 zones in this game. And that means that you are going to get 260 heralds per full game clear. It does not matter if the Sunder Charm drop rate was exactly the same as it was before, or even if they made it worse. With 260 heralds per game, you're gonna find one.
And people will be finding them without even TZing anything. They're just gonna find them out in the world, in the wild. They'll be dropping randomly.
I mean, if you want to see the patch notes, do I still have them open? It literally says it right here in the developer notes. It says the intent is for players to have a very high chance of seeing both a Tier 1 and a Tier 2 Herald in a single terrorized zone. That means that you are going to get at least 2 Heralds per zone every zone. And then this change right here just basically makes it so you can just find a freaking Sunder like anywhere in the game. I mean, I like the fact that there's going to be more heralds. Apparently, there's a couple hardcore characters that are cowering in the corner, pissing themselves right now, because apparently the idea of 2 heralds per terror zone is absolutely like crazy for them, and they're literally like crying their eyeballs out somewhere because they don't want to have to ever fight a herald in their entire lives because they're afraid they'll die. But like for the rest of us who are not playing hardcore, this is an amazing change, and I think it's absolutely something that most people wanted. Like, most people liked the heralds, but just didn't like the fact that they were so rare, that it was so hard to get to them. Hey, Matt Soko. Thanks for the freaking membership, man. I see you got the high tier membership on there, too. You got the little mask on there, so you've been a member for a while. I play on hardcore. My Warlock pet can still tank Heralds, no problem. The only real problem with Heralds is Thorns, and I will admit that Thorns is a legitimate issue, but it's something that you have to solve. Like me and Elmas were talking about it one day, and Elmas was talking about his double swing barb and how he couldn't kill the Heralds because the Thorns would just pretty much murder him. And I'm like, you just got to use something that's not, like a melee attack. And he's like, I don't know what I would use. And then he realizes he has double throw, and I'm like, yeah, you can just switch to a ranged attack. Like Warlock can just switch from Mirrored Blade's melee attack to Mirrored Blade's ranged attack. Like Barbarian could switch from double swing to double throw. Like a regular Barbarian that's not using double swing could switch to Berserk, which is not physical damage, so it doesn't get reflected. It's magic damage. So because Berserk is magic damage, you can easily bypass Thorns. There's ways that you can bypass the Thorns. You just have to be more intelligent than Herder Smack Monster. Like, I don't know what to tell you guys. You got to be a little bit more ingenious than just simply like pressing the button and hoping things die. Like, I think every single character for the most part has a way that they could potentially bypass the Thorns. Like, I'm trying to think if there's a character that doesn't. The only real downside to the Thorns is Mercs.
The mercenary.
Dude, the melee mercenaries are just getting obliterated by Thorns, and there is nothing you can do about it. They cannot survive. There is no way.
Imagine 2 Thorns Heralds, like every zone, the whole game. The Merc is like, why you do this to me, man?
Well, I mean, that's the crazy thing is that the stock of the non-melee mercenaries has definitely gone up. So, like, any of the non-melee mercenaries, like the Act 1 Bow Girl and the Act 3 Fire, Lightning, and Ice Mercs, like, all of those have gone up tremendously stock-wise because they don't die to the Thorns. So... Do Heralds spawn in Hell TZ only? Yeah, Hell TZ only is where Heralds spawn. But I mean, according to this patch note right here, like, you can basically find a Sunder Charm even in non-terrorized zones now using regular Magic Find based drop pools. So basically,
Which was
just
never possible before.
yeah. So basically, just like finding a Geeds. Like think about how many Geeds you found, and then like apply that, because that's probably about as close as we've got right now.
You can actually find a Sunder Charm randomly in a playthrough now. Like, Jinner could do like an SSF playthrough in the future, and a Sunder Charm could just drop.
That'd be pretty crazy. Kind of change your whole playthrough, actually. You'd be like, oh man, Fire Sunder. I might as well I'll go APOC then. You found 2 Geeds today? Well, you're a dirty whore. We're not counting you. An attack. April 14th at 11 a.m. PDT. Man, I should have been in bed a while ago. I gotta go to work tomorrow, like 6 a.m. It's terrible.
All right, well, let's end the stream here. Say goodbye, everybody.
Well, I'm just trying to be thorough and talk about everything, you know.
You're just gonna go dream about your taints.
Yeah.
Everybody's gonna be
Defiling
dreaming about
things.
taints tonight. I just put the taint seed in everybody's head, and now they're gonna be like, "Oh man, 26,000 damage per taint." I mean, and then you multiply that by 3 taints, and that's so much damage per fireball.
You didn't even consume one of them just to see the sheet damage go up by 20%.
You know, it's crazy. It's the William Wallace build all over again, Leon. Remember?
Yeah.
Because he says, what does he say? He said, fireballs. Trying to remember the quote. Hold on. William Wallace fireballs quote. I heard he drinks lightning and pisses thunder, and if he were here, he'd consume the English with fireballs from his eyes and bolts of lightning from his arse.
So it's the eyes version.
This is the fireballs version. I mean, technically, if you get the lightning taint, then you get lightning taint light coming from your taint as well. There's actually a taint that you can get in the game. I don't know if you guys have seen it. You can get the lightning taint. Because there's another tainted, but he doesn't shoot fireballs. He shoots lightning, which is how you can diversify your damage. So if you want to diversify instead of having only fire, which is what I was doing, I basically used one Bind Demon taint with multi-shot lightning. And you can usually get those in like City of the Damned or like Catacombs level 2, or a couple different places. It doesn't look like there's one in this City of the Damned. But you can basically get like multiple different elements going. What I did, which was actually pretty effective, was I had an Ice Merc, I had a Lightning Taint, and I had 2 Fire Taints. And that basically gave me a combination of taints of 3 different elements. So you could get these guys. They actually make halfway decent bind demons because they put the lightning taint down. That thing hurts too. Oh, I killed him with a miasma by accident. Dang it. Shoot me with the lightning. Shoot me. Ow, why are you biting? No bitey bite. No bitey. Dude, that freaking potion thing just still blows my mind. His potion regen rate is so slow.
That's
It really,
true. You were born in it.
it really makes me want to hop onto another character and see like the potion regen rate of like somebody else. Like let's actually take a look and see. Like, hold on, let me get beat up again real quick. I'll just get punched a little bit and bring my HP down. Okay, so I'm down to 207, 208. All right, let's actually time this and see how long it takes for the to go up. I'm kind of curious. So here we go. All right, stopwatch, start. Alright, so we got the timer running. So from like low HP to maximum. Dude, this is abysmally slow. Wait a minute, did it already have freaking timer on it? God dang it. I looked at it, it was at 2 minutes. Why was it at 2 minutes? Beat me up again. Punch me, daddy. Okay, here we go. So to get to full, half HP is 20 seconds. 20 seconds to reach half HP. Chugging potions. And I ran out of potions at 30 seconds. And I'm still not at full.
What do you need?
So, I mean, I would say that it was probably around like 40 seconds to reach maximum. It was 20 seconds to reach half. It's about 40 seconds to reach maximum. I noticed this about this character, that like the characters seem to have like the slowest potion regen rate out of any character I had ever seen. And let's go check the paladin. Let's do a paladin check and let's see what the paladin's running. Because I can almost guarantee you that he is like way faster. He does have slightly less health, so we got 1500 instead of 1700, which is a little bit of a difference. Let's make sure we got super potions instead of the regular crappy pots. Let's go get beat down real quick. I'm probably gonna have to like take my aura off so I can actually get hit.
See you tomorrow then, Ginge.
Alright, see you, Snuggle Bunny. Thanks for hopping on with me.
No worries.
Alright, night, Ginger. I gotta go to safe.
Probably gonna have to take off my shield.
Stop walking.
Oh yeah, I was walking alright. Alright, here we go. I've got 353, so let's chug some potions. Alright, and we are already at half at 7 seconds. And and full. So 17 seconds to reach full HP on a paladin, like 40 seconds to reach full HP on the warlock. It's kind of insane. Like, and you don't realize it right away. You don't realize what's going on, but then eventually you start to understand that something's wrong. And I started to notice it in the solo self run. I'm like, why does the warlock get like no HP from potions? And then I saw this line in the patch note. So what is the potion effectiveness of a paladin? Like, let's see if we can find that information. D2R, what is the potion effectiveness of a paladin? Potion effectiveness. I've never even heard of potion effectiveness.
Apparently it's 1.5 for Paladin. 2 for Barb. Barb's the highest.
So Barbarian has the highest heal rate out of everybody?
According to that AI.
Need to check it. Let's go check it. I know I got a Barb around here somewhere. There's Sanic Thor. Let's go get beat up on Sanic Thor and chug some potions.
Good afternoon.
I even got shouts so I can bring my HP up higher. We can really dramatize it.
This chart even has it by class.
Ah, Conviction Aura. Scary. Okay, I don't want to die. Alright, so I got 773 out of 2,560, 46. Alright, so here we go. Start. There you go. All the potions have been drunk. And full HP. Man, if half was only like 7 seconds. That's kind of crazy considering he has way more HP than they do. And boom. So 18 seconds for 2,546. So yeah, he's way higher. Especially when you consider the Paladin took 17 seconds for 1,500. So he regenerated an additional 1,000 HP.
So it seems like it just multiplies the base potion number. So if you look at the chart I linked in the Discord.
Taking a look at it.
So he literally gets double effectiveness. He gets a ×2 on the potion.
Yeah, but it's not just the amount that's healing, it's the rate. So like it doesn't necessarily just the amount, it's the rate that actually it heals. So like yeah, you get 640, but what's the rate that it's healing? And that seems to be what they changed, because if you look at the patch notes, it says health potion effectiveness from 100 to 150. I mean 150% maybe?
Yeah, that's why I think it's like a 1.5.
So he's the same as the Paladin, I guess?
Yeah, it would be Amazon, Paladin, Assassin. It should be equal to those 3.
I mean, technically, at 100, if that's the case, then the Necromancer should have the same slow rate. Or the Sorceress should have the same slow rate. And I guess I just never noticed it. I mean... I got, what, the Pyromancer? None of these guys really have a large amount of HP, though. Like, I feel like testing it on these guys isn't gonna tell us much, because they got, like, no HP to start out with. Well, he has 1,314. He's gonna get his butt slapped. Yeah, don't beat me up too bad. I think I can take one more hit. Ow, ow. Okay, here we go. Alright, I got a full belt. Here we go. I kind of messed up on the start, unfortunately, but it looks like he's a hell of a lot faster than the Warlock.
That does seem fast.
I mean, assuming I started a little bit late, I'm going to end it a little bit late. It was still 15 seconds. Which is way faster than the Warlock. I tell you, it's not just the fact that it's something to do with the rate at which he's healing is like half the normal rate of a normal character. It's
Is there a
not.
formula?
I don't know, but it's obvious that there's something going on with the Warlock's healing rate, and it seems to be very poignant. I mean, you can very easily see like the Necromancer was like 15 seconds. I even overran it by like 2 seconds, so it was like 13 seconds. The Warlock is like 40 seconds for the same time period. The Paladin was 17 seconds. The Barbarian was like 18 seconds for like double the HP. Like there's no way that like there's not something wrong with the Warlock's like regeneration per second from healing. I mean, we could try another one of the characters. What's another one of the characters that had bad? Sorceress? Do I even have a Sorceress on my list here? I think I deleted them all.
Diablo 2 health potions heal over 5.12 seconds, 125 frames. Equal to the total amount restored based on the character class and potion tier.
I don't have a Sorceress to test. Maybe you could test a Sorceress real quick. I don't know why, but I have no Sorcs. I guess I'm just not a big caster person. I just don't really like casters. I mean, they're not bad. I just don't like them. Maybe being in town affects it? I don't think so.
Cancer double heal if vitality is even or odd. What?
If you drink multiple potions, the duration stacks, but the rate of HP restored per second does not increase. I wonder if there's anything on Amazon Basin. Basin potion. These are just drop chances for potions. They're not actually, it's not actually giving me anything interesting. Eh. Amazon Basin page. I mean, not the Amazon Basin area, it's Summit page. There's a chance that a healing mana will heal double the stated amount. These potions replenish your life over time. When using these potions, it's best to run away from combat. For maximum effectiveness, pick healing potions based on how many hit points they have. Drinking multiple healing potions will cause more life to be replenished, but will not cause you to replenish life any faster. It is possible to waste healing potions by using more than is necessary. And yeah, it literally lists all the effectivenesses for each class on this page. It shows the Barbarian as the highest effectiveness for healing potions. Assassin, Paladin, Amazon are all equal, and then Druid, Sorceress, and Necromancer are the worst. But it doesn't really say anything specific. There is character information pages for each character. Your character has several attributes corresponding to abilities. Attack damage. Is there anything for potion? Okay, there's formulas. Yeah. I mean, there is some formulas here. It says chance to deal double heal for vitality up to 200 if vitality is even. Chance to deal double heal for vitality up to 200 if vitality is odd. Chance to double heal for 200 vitality and up 100 times vitality minus negative 101 divided by vitality. So apparently there's a bunch of like double heal options that have to do with vitality specifically, but it doesn't really say much more than that. Replenish life formulas are written here. But I mean, I don't think the replenish life formulas are specifically having to do with potions. And there's no other mention of healing in the list. Let's try life. No. It's always free to like the stream. It is always free to like the stream. And it helps me out, because that's how I make my money. It's my full-time job. So donate $1, you schmucks. It's probably more than I'll make off the ads anyway. Actually, this is probably a good video. I make like $5. There's like no information on like exactly what we're trying to search for. Like I don't see anything specific about like what we're doing. Apparently on the Diablo wiki, there's a potion fill rate.
I think potions just count as replenished life based on our research. So it's just the replenished life formula, and then the potions just have a on like 120 replenished life apparently is equal to like a minor potion.
I mean, it says here 40 points per 5 seconds for around 5 seconds. So you gain around 40 hit points in 5 seconds. Drinking a 50 and a 200 point potion at the same time give you 250 points, which is around 25 per second. I mean, essentially there should be kind of like a specific amount of regeneration. It does show fill rates listed here. But, like, it's showing different fill rates for different potions, not for different classes. Like, for instance, it says that the super healing potion for all the characters should fill them in about 10.24 seconds. Because the fill rate is tied to the amount of the potion, not the, like, total HP. So basically, like, the 480 hit points that it heals is going to happen in 10.24 seconds. Which I guess, theoretically, I think if you divide that, you might find, like, the fill rate of the character. Which is, like, for instance, the Barbarian has 640. So if you take 640 and divide that by 10.24, I think you end up with 62.5 per second for the character itself. And then if you take, like, one of the slow characters, the Druid, so 320 divided by 10.24, it's 31.25 per second. So it's, like, basically about half the rate. That kind of explains why the Druid is always so hard to, like, heal. Especially since he has so much HP. I always found the Druid to be one of the worst for healing. But then I always thought that was just because he had like 5,000 hit points. Yeah, I mean, it says that all mana and health potions fill over time, taking around 5.12 seconds for all mana potions. It's the health potions, apparently, that have a variance. But even then, like, it's deadly obvious that the Warlock's fill rate is way lower than the other classes. So I don't know. Maybe this patch that they're making will change it. We'll have to test that on April 4th.
Be nice if they had a character copy.
It didn't say that the rate increased with the number of potions. It only said that the amount increased with the number of potions. So the duration and the amount would increase, but not the rate. Alright, guys. I'm going to head to bed. I got to get to work at like 6 a.m. The public test realm is apparently going to go live on April 14th at 11 PDT. So I will definitely be there. We might do some more videos talking about it as well. We'll see. Anyway, as always, thanks for joining me, and keep watching.